look, Brock Lesnar's back. Wait for the next pay-per-view you have to spend money on. The arch nemesis jangling keys. But there was one thing this week that was very exciting. That happened. That was quite historic, and that was Taz eating an ice cream.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
That was something I waited 7 years to see. Was Taz eat ice cream? Yeah. Anyway, hello everyone. I see we got a comment earlier, maybe it was yesterday or something like that, from the person.
Yeah, for me, it says this comment was at 9:56 p.m.
Oh. Yeah, that
my time.
Yeah, that would have been about a day ago.
Yeah.
Just under it. Yeah, so the person that suggested the video we're going to be doing in today's EDAR, which is unlucky number 13, we are being brought back to the pit of Hellbent. We thought.
Why do we do this to ourselves?
It's been 6 years. Why do we?
Why do we still talk about? Why do people still think this is a masterpiece? Why? We have gone over this.
In fact, it's actually gotten worse with time, because now that Chris Chibnall has become the unpopular showrunner, people are now...
Yeah, because the natural reaction people would get, who are just iffy on it, would be like, "Well, it's not worse than the Chibnall era. It's like it's just as bad.
It's
like
it
is just as bad."
This is what happens though. Like a lot of the time when there's a new kid to pick on, is that people will perform revisionist history, and they'll basically just look at something from the past that was unpopular and go, "Was it really that bad?" Or they'll even go further and say, "Oh no, we had it so lucky. We were complaining about nothing, and look where it got us."
We were no.
Whereas we are of the belief that writing is timeless for the most part. Obviously, there's some things that context will account for, but for the most part, writing is timeless.
Yeah,
it's just like how like for example, you'll get this is quite a controversial topic, but you'll get some people that'll be like, "Oh yeah, no, it's all right. Back in the Egyptian times, like slavery was popular," and it's just like, well, no, slavery is there's absolutely no moral justification for slavery, even 5,000 years ago. So it's literally an abuse of another human being. Like I can't see how you could possibly tell me that there's justification for it. It's like,
I was going to.
Yeah.
I'll just finish your thought.
I was just gonna say, like, there's always cases of revisionist history, like on the big scale of all sorts of things, and obviously this is just a TV show, so it's not really that important. But like, it's just an example of like people naturally do this all the time. They do revisionist history and try and justify things because the blow from the impact is in the past, and things that are annoying them now seem worse. But that's not really what we believe. We believe looking at things, more as they are, rather than
what they are.
Yeah, like it's like, for example, like there's some kid who kicked you in the nuts when you were 10, and then there's some guy in an office who kicked you in the nuts like now that you're 22 or 23 or whatever. And it's like, you're going to be more annoyed at the guy who kicked you in the nuts now, but both actions are equally bad.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, time will affect your reaction and your thoughts, but it won't affect writing. And that's kind of our stance on it. And yes, people are saying, I know this guy's, I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. And this person, cyberbullying Eggbot, they're being ironic because I know them. But they say you needed a high IQ to understand Hellbent. Yeah, it's just, hey, Callum, it's just like your favorite show, Rick and Morty, Hellbent. You needed a high IQ to understand it.
Well, here's the thing. I would say you need to have a genuine understanding of how comedy and writing works to understand the jokes of Rick and Morty. But it's not like you have to be hyper brain super smart. You just need to have an understanding of how comedy and structure works. It's not hard, but yeah. A lot of people don't seem to get it.
It's probably just a meme that's been overblown.
Oh yeah, it's a meme with some elements of truth to it, but not to the extreme of the meme. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's fucking funny.
The thing is, here's the thing. Even if you did need a high IQ to understand it, you don't need a high IQ to enjoy it.
No, exactly. You can literally just enjoy it if you want to.
Yeah. And you don't need a high IQ to enjoy Hellbent either.
That's what we call the subjective side of things, where you can absolutely just like it for like because this has a really nice hat in it. You know, if that's what what you like and that's why you like it, that's fine. It's just you can't then say it's to do with the writing.
In fact,
you can't say because there's a blue hat that means it's well written.
Some people going out of their way to say that you have to have a high IQ to understand Hellbent. That's kind of insulting too, because like I
don't think I'm that smart and I understand what Hellbent is.
Well, I was gonna go more on the other side and say like, I'm not saying that this person isn't smart, because they are, but what I mean is that I know someone that enjoys Hellbent that for reasons that have nothing to do with IQ. Like Adam Martin, who was on this channel when we were doing the Series 9 discussion, he said that he can just kick back and not really think about it and enjoy it for its surface level.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's fine. That's completely fine. But he doesn't want to think about it more.
Yeah,
like critically. That's fine.
And it's like when people say like, "Oh no, Hellbent is only for high IQ people," I'm like, well, where's your grounds for that? Like, I know someone that really likes Hellbent, and it didn't require a lot of thought for him to get to that. Even though I'm sure he could, like I'm sure he is very capable of, being very smart, because I've heard him say very smart things. It didn't require that much intellectual effort for him to like the episode. So, yeah, it's like, and to be honest, IQ's kind of a bullshit, flawed thing anyway, because it kind of just, it's like a single measurement of intelligence when there's a very broad way of measuring intelligence. Like there's so many different factors that go into that, so many ways of being, and in a lot of ways, like most people, especially, and I would especially know this because I'm sort of part of the neurodiverse community, and so is Jay. There's so many different ways of being smart that it's like really hard to measure it. You have to kind of go through so many different things,
because there's people in experts in a whole different kind of fields.
Mm-hmm.
Like someone who's good at mathematics. But then there's someone who's like really, really good at bakery.
Yeah, then there's like I
two very different things.
I knew a guy from my school who, didn't even know he didn't even know like a handful of words from his own language, but he knew how to build bikes really well. So it's like, people are knowledgeable and people are smart in very different ways. And there is not one ultimate way of being smart, and Hellbent is not the pinnacle of that. You can be rest assured. Even Stephen Moffat himself, who, has a very big, very massive brain, would say that Hellbent is not, exclusive for Albert Einstein. It's not like, I'm sure Stephen Moffat will be, is very accommodating of the Forrest Gumps of the world, if you know what I mean. Anyway, but yeah, we're going to be covering a video that was sent to us by Popmania, and it is apparently titled "Hellbent: A Secret Subversive Masterpiece" or something like that.
Hellbent is a subversive masterpiece.
Yes.
Video essay.
So I'm getting, obviously I haven't seen a single word of the video, but if I were to hazard a guess, I'm getting a lot of Last Jedi vibes from that title.
Just from the title alone, it's very, very ripe for something that would be made about The Last Jedi. Yeah, and I imagine, I could be wrong, I don't want to be giving him like any bad faith or anything, but if I was to make a guess, this is going to be classic video essay kind of bullshit.
lots
Or
of
you got the music, you'll have the soft voice, hell bent. Really, when you think about it, has many layers like an onion.
big onion. Eat my salad, big onion.
That was probably that. Unironically, that is probably one of Chibnall's best jokes because it's just a guy fucking pissed out of his head, just throwing salad at an alien creature.
It's also relatable as well.
Yeah, that unironically, that is actually one of his best jokes.
I could have sworn that Russell T Davies wrote that scene because that reminds me of something straight out of one of his episodes. Yeah. It's
honestly, it's actually quite funny. Honestly, it really is.
It's just like that's the most frustrating thing with Chris Chibnall is it shows you that there are those moments where you're
there are little bits where he
that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen. It's like there it is. That's what I want.
Yeah, or that's me. Or it's always used in the context of like, hey, look, it's me. I don't know the actual context. I actually fucking need to watch that film at some point.
Yeah, but it's like pointing at the TV like, that's what I wanted from Chris Chibnall.
Yeah, there.
More of that. And like, I remember there was I think there was a scene when me and Jake watched Countryside, Torchwood Countryside, and I was like, oh yes, that's it there. That's what I want him to be doing. I think it was the scene when where Gwen asked bloody Alistair Thorne from Game of Thrones. She asked him like, why does his family commit cannibalism on these, special dates, like once every 10 years? And he whispers in her ear, he goes, because it made me happy. And it's just, and the twist that they weren't aliens and they were just humans, that had this tradition to like cannibalize people. It's just, oh my god, man, what? Where has this come from? Chris Chibnall having a good idea. When did that ever happen? Yeah. But like, anyway, yeah, that eat my salad scene's another example. It's just like there's something there. There is something good that Chris Chibnall.
It's just very simple comedy. It's not like. It's just like the absurdity of the situation. That's why it's funny. And the guy's just reaction to just the alien being pissed out of his mind. That's just funny.
Yeah.
So it's nothing complicated about it.
So rare. It's so rare. But Chris Chibnall can do good things on very special occasions. It just I don't know what it is. I've heard like. This is completely speculation and has no grounds of being true, but I've heard from like Thary's leaks videos and whatnot that I've heard multiple people say that Chris Chibnall is someone that needs a lot of time, and that's something the BBC doesn't give him, even though he spends.
That doesn't surprise me.
Even though he spends like a year and a half for each series, which is more than most other showrunners got, he finds it difficult to do things on a deadline. And if that, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is true, it's probably a sign that like, what's the word? I had something on the tip of my tongue there. Damn it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's probably why a lot of his scripts feel like first drafts. It's probably because they are. It probably takes a lot of time to finish, the stories that he's doing. And, they don't get any polish whatsoever. I think there's still a lot of other issues with Chibnall anyway. But
there's a bunch of issues.
I wouldn't be surprised if... I wouldn't be surprised if that was true, that he finds it difficult to work to deadlines.
Yeah.
Like, that's why Broadchurch, like, each series took 2 years to make.
Yeah. And even then, that show itself ain't perfect anyway.
No. Yeah, so... Anyway, back
I'm just wondering how that would actually hold up.
Well, I mean, Southpaw says Season 2 is awful.
Doesn't surprise me when the whole season is about the actual, like... caught of the whole crime. So I have a strange feeling that Crystal doesn't know
that's
how
what
it
happens
works.
when you open up that mystery box. The payoff has got to work.
Well, it's if you have to have an understanding fully of how the court system works.
Oh yeah,
And I
that's
don't know
true.
if that's going to be like.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
I don't know.
Chibnall.
I don't know if Chibnall's like a lawyer or not, but
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I don't think so. But yeah, why are we talking about this? We're not supposed to be talking about Chris Chibnall today. Supposed to be talking about Moffat. Oh yeah, and also once we're done with that video, we'll finally get around to doing the one that we were supposed to do last EDAR, which is the one that Isaac sent with the hot takes from the book. I can't remember what it's called. It's like Doctor Who episode guide or something. Apparently, there's some very bizarre opinions in it, so should be interesting.
I can't wait to disagree with all of them and import my superior opinions that I found from the Truth Bath or whatever.
The Truth Bath?
I don't know. Everyone always. I'm just trying to think of because everyone always goes, "Oh, you've achieved absolute truth," and it's just like, yes, I've gone to my baths of truths and I picked them out, and I am superior to you.
You drank MauLer's bathwater, is what you did.
And it tasted great.
Yeah, it's like you get those.
I've actually I think I posted this on Twitter a couple of days ago, but I actually bought both of the plushies that they announced. I'm looking forward to seeing them and having, because I'm gonna. I told you in DMs, but I'm gonna have them in future Game of Thrones videos. I'm gonna have MooLer in the background, and I think that would be fucking really good for just little editing moments, because I think that'd be really funny. The idea that I force him to watch Game of Thrones again and see it just crumble.
Yeah, you have like during the season 8 one, you have these you imagine he's speaking to you as you're watching it, and he's just like, no.
I know, you get little bits of him just going like, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was again. Apparently they come in December. So.
That's when I got into EFAP actually. Was when season 8.
Yeah, it was around Game of Thrones times.
It wasn't actually MauLer that I found first. It was after the long night, and Wolf did a rant, and I found that on YouTube.
Yeah, oh yeah, I remember that one.
And that's how I discovered MauLer, because he was also in that call.
Yeah,
laughing his ass off at Wolf basically having a meltdown.
Fucking Wolf just said Tolkien would rape him. Just fuck me.
And he's just like, not even George R. R. Martin could fix this. A Feast for Crows was shit. A Dance with Dragons was shit. Season 8's where I want to kill myself. Oh, God. That was a time.
That's what happens when you ruin a really good show.
I was so sick during that time. Like it was around when Endgame came out and when season 8 was airing. I got that really bad illness that knocked me out for 2 weeks, and it's actually had like a permanent effect on me. Like I'm still suffering effects of it today. Like, I've got like a reflux condition in my body because of it now. That it's like made my nervous system really bad, so I have to take medication every time I eat food. I have to take medication. It's quite bad. But it was a good learning experience, because it was an illness that was very similar to coronavirus, but I had it like a year before it all started. So I was like,
had your training.
Yeah, I was like, I am not touching that. Yes, unlike Ray, I had my training.
Yeah, training is very useful.
Yeah, and I was just like, I remember it was like, I remember exactly where I was. It was like December 2019, or I think it was even on Christmas Day. I looked at I was like sitting out in the sun, because we have Christmas summer here in New Zealand. And I was looking at my phone and I was like, deadly virus spreading in Wuhan, China. And I was like, I don't want that, because that sounds like what I had. I don't want that. Anyway, let's not talk about that. But yeah,
Let's talk about another virus.
yeah, God, Clara,
I was going to
Clara
just before we
virus.
start. I was originally going to rewatch Hellbent for this video. Didn't get time because I worked very late last night, and I only woke up like about 30 minutes ago, not long ago. So yeah, in a sense, I'm saved, but yeah,
You
I
don't
didn't
have
have to
to watch
watch it.
Hellbent again. You did a whole video on it.
I know, but it's been it's going to be like 2 years
The
now
thing is,
since that came out.
the thing is, I
In four
haven't
months.
I haven't watched Hellbent since like 2018, apart from your
Yeah,
video. But the thing is that it's kind of scarred like on my mind. I remember all of
yeah,
it.
exactly.
I remember all of it very vividly because that's what memories.
Bad.
The strongest memories are the ones that make you feel something. And you all know how Hellbent made me feel.
Made me
Anyway,
feel that the show was dead.
yeah.
Well,
Well,
here's the thing: I wasn't even watching at the time, so I opted out. Lucky, you know, I only watched it in the hindsight of it coming out.
yeah. You've missed a lot of big events, haven't you?
I have,
Yeah. God, you missed when the streak
and
ended.
it was
Oh,
yeah.
I will never forget that day. I will never forget when the streak ended. That was something. The streak of Taz not eating ice cream. That is. Anyway, but yeah, uh,
Hellbent,
Hellbent.
subversive masterpiece.
Hellbent apparently is a subversive
I
masterpiece.
look forward to pissing off Twitter again and getting blocked by everyone who loves Hellbent.
Yeah, yeah. There's been a lot of them lately. What was the
Seriously, imagine blocking someone after saying
Oh
after they
yeah,
said,
I just
"Hey,
remembered
the thing you like is not good."
we had that whole drama with Bad Wolf Archives.
Yeah, it was literally like a couple of days ago, and they just couldn't take the fact that and that's the thing. They kept going on about fucking like everything that the Doctor said in Hellbent. Yet when I brought up the aspect that the fact that Clara in Heaven Sent said to him to fucking move on and fight and win, everyone seems to forget that that was in his mind. So it was him telling himself that, and he used Clara as a like means to like convince him in a sense. But it's still his mind.
Well, I mean, speaking about revisionist history, people have done revisionist history on Heaven Sent because they're now saying what Heaven Sent is only now that they've seen Hellbent and say, well, now I know
Exactly.
because like they know what happens after. So they're like, well, that means that's what Heaven Sent was the whole time, and it's like, yeah, but no, because that's not how storytelling works. It's all about what
Don't you think it's weird how the Doctor never actually, in the scenes in his head, talked about his plan? That he knew it was Gallifrey and he was going to save Clara no matter what.
It
Don't you
doesn't.
think that's kind of weird?
Here's the thing: it doesn't matter if Stephen Moffat's idea for Hellbent he came up with that before his idea for Heaven Sent. That doesn't matter. How storytelling works is by cause and effect. Cause and effect delivered by screen time as it airs in the final product, right? And so what is established in Heaven Sent is what gets entered into the Doctor Who canon first, before Hellbent.
Yeah, yeah.
And so
it's a part of the Doctor's character.
And so what Hellbent is not context. It's a retcon of Heaven Sent. It changes what Heaven Sent was.
Exactly. But not for the better, for the worst.
Yeah, and the reason why it doesn't work is because A, it doesn't make sense. B, because the thematic strength of Heaven Sent is now shattered into something much, much less valuable, and there's justifications for why. And C, it does character assassination. The Doctor does something that is very against their character, and there's no justification for why. Not just why, but also the build-up isn't sufficient. So, unlike something like for example, the Time Lord Victorious, is something where the Doctor does actions that would seem out of character, out of context. But there's a lot of build
Dude,
up.
that is set up. That is set up since
Yes.
series 2.
There is setup and payoff for it. It is built up. It makes sense. It's justified. And
Why do you think they have the
works.
fucking conversation when the Doctor's about to leave? He literally talks about Pompeii. Why do you think he's bringing that up? Why do you think they're having this conversation in the first place?
It's set
called
up.
build up.
It's being set up since the Christmas invasion, but it's also building on things that were introduced in series 1 as well. Like
You got the aspects of like school reunion, like conversation with the teacher.
Yeah, well, in terms of series
about,
1,
like bringing back the Time Lords.
How the morals of time work are things that were established in episodes like The Unquiet Dead and Father's Day.
Yeah.
The Doctor's thing, him being the last of the Time Lords, something that happened in End of the World. His attachment to wanting, the life that he wants, something that's made very clear in Father's Day, in that scene in the church where he says, street corner, I could never have a life like that. And that's then further explored in stuff like School Reunion and Doomsday and A Human Nature Family of Blood and all sorts of things. There's setup and payoff for all of that, whereas Hellbent, I don't think there is. I think, yes, there is foreshadowing, but it's not.
The most you get is set up for Clara, and that's about it.
Well, the thing is with the Doctor is that there is foreshadowing, but the problem is that foreshadowing doesn't matter because Heaven Sent goes in a different direction. So
well, I wouldn't even say there's enough evidence in series 9 as a whole to say that he would save Clara at all from death after she's dead. I don't buy it.
Yeah, like there's those lines there's a line in the end of The Magician's Apprentice. He's like, I'm going to save my friend the only way I can, exterminate. That's kind of what he also does in Hellbent, but it's just a foreshadowed line though. It's not like that makes it justified because we.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. He killed Hans. He killed Hans to save Davros, and that was about it.
Yeah. Like the tease of the
cliffhanger.
He didn't
kill anything that was like significant in terms of like their place in the world.
You know what was really funny though is that one time I heard Dylan say, and I'm not saying this for him to be wrong, but it's just funny irony, is he criticized that cliffhanger saying that, well, it's not a good cliffhanger because you know that the Doctor wouldn't actually kill Davros because it's out of character.
Not the point.
But it's
not the point.
But it's so funny though, because that's exactly what he ended up doing in Hellbent. So
here's the thing though. Yeah. If the next episode fully built up to him actually killing Davros as a kid, what would be wrong with that? If they it would be extremely hard, and I doubt it'd be possible. But if it was to happen, then what's the issue?
Oh, absolutely. The tension of that cliffhanger would be so much better if you could actually buy that he would kill young Davros.
Yeah.
That would be
so much here's the thing. Just because we know that probably isn't going to happen, that doesn't mean that's not an issue.
Well, yeah, there's like a million classic Who cliffhangers where it's
I hate when people say that just because something is predictable, that automatically means it's like weaker.
Yeah. Well, there's for
example, okay, here's an example. Like, just to give an example, Jeb has been watching Blind Manor with Marcus and the Ecom lot. Marcus told me, or he's been saying, that he during a specific episode, he predicted a lot of it. It's still fucking well written. Because someone can predict it doesn't mean it's automatically weaker in how it's structured.
You made the absolute ultimate argument for it when we did our last EDAR, and that if you rewatch anything, it's predictable. Unless you've forgotten what happens, it's predictable.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't really matter.
As soon as you watch something, it loses that value. So the fact people say something's predictable, it's not actual criticism.
Yeah. And it's like I made the perfect example of watching The Timeless Children the second time was so much worse because that unpredictability factor was gone. And so I had to watch it with knowing what happened, and because it's not good, that made it terrible to watch. Whereas, something that's well done, you can rewatch it knowing what happens, and it's still great. Like Utopia, for example. I know what happens in Utopia. I've seen it so many times. But it's still great to watch. It's still great to see it all unfold. It's still great to see how brilliant of a twist it is, even if you know what happens. So yeah, there is a big difference. And I think rewatchability, this is something that Adam has often said in his like series rank, is that rewatchability is a big factor in how he ranks them, because it has an impact on, you know, rewatching something exposes its writing for the better or worse, because you see what it's like when that unpredictability isn't there, when your emotional responses aren't overbearing the information that you're learning, and like the context of knowing what happens, seeing how it all builds up to it. Rewatching can really be valuable when you're looking at a piece of art, and especially criticizing it. So, but in this case, people like Babel Varkais have done the opposite, where they've done revisionist history and said that Heaven Sent was always what Hellbent says it was the whole time, when it doesn't really matter if Moffat, intended that. What's established in the episode is enough for Hellbent to, in the direction that Hellbent went, doesn't work, because it's not earned, doesn't fit, doesn't make sense, assassinates characters, deconstructs and lessens and breaks themes and power of that, and the world building is garbage. There's a lot of problems, and the elements of it that people like that are subversive, I would argue, are actually detrimental to the series. Something like Samuel Davis saying, "Oh yeah, Hellbent is genius because it recontextualizes Heaven Sent as being self-harm rather than heroic," and it's like, but why is that good? What about that twist makes it better? Why is that the correct trajectory? Why does that make sense? Why is it worth sacrificing all of that really goodwill that Heaven Sent did, all of that powerful storytelling about breaking through that wall, overcoming grief? Why is that a good decision, to throw all of that away and have it instead be the Doctor was committing self-harm because of his his attachment to Clara? And it's like, well, yeah, but and then also the other thing is, like, when we watch Heaven Sent, there was absolutely no establishment of the fact that he could even bring her back with that technology in Gallifrey. So it's like, how can you know that was going to happen? It's something that just literally gets invented in Hellbent as a plot device.
Invented. They just have this system that apparently has existed just for X amount of time. It was never talked about whatsoever in
somehow they managed
all.
Somehow after the Time War they were able to construct this technology, or maybe even during it.
Yeah, because imagine having this technology. Just be like,
yeah, like imagine
it's very, very, very.
If we're talking about utilizing the world building, imagine if they established that this was something that the cult of Skaro left behind during the war. Like, that would have been interesting. So you tie that into something we've seen before. You give a justification for why this technology exists.
And that's the thing. It seems like the Doctor knows it exists. It just has always existed.
And also, if you want to go through it into thematic stuff, you could tie that into the hybrid, because it's Dalek technology and Time Lord technology being combined. There's so much you could have done there.
Like, imagine a scene where the Doctor, they show him this technology, and he has he contemplates saving Clara. That would at least be a bit better in terms of, this is very spontaneous. It wouldn't be as... I don't think it works anyway, but if Moffat still wanted to do that, why not do it that way? Because having the Doctor know that this exists means that this has existed, at least from the Time War, at the very least.
Yeah. But no, we don't actually know anything about it. We just don't know.
Yeah, because they would use it for say they got ambushed somewhere, for example, they would bring someone who died during the ambush to explain what happened, if they can.
Yeah.
Like as an example, that would be very fucking useful. And they probably would have won the war.
Yeah. And like I've said before, like
that's significant, guys. That is significant.
Yeah, and also like Big Finish, since then have taken this concept that was introduced in Hellbent and done it in such a better way as well. Like they,
Imagine they would, yeah.
There's a War Doctor story called Legion of the Lost where it's in the middle of the Time War, and they basically introduce it's in a God, what's it called? It's called a there's a box set called is it called like hang on let me just look it up. I need to look up the name. I need to get it correct because I've listened to this box set. So I'll just give it a quick look. Infernal Devices, I think is what it's called, or something like that. Yeah, Infernal Devices. So the theme of the box set is there's 3 stories or 4 stories. I can't remember how many. And in each one, they showcase a different, like, special kind of weapon or device that's used in the war, right? And in the one called Legion of the Lost, it's very similar to the technology used in Hellbent. And this, by the way, I just want to put in perspective, this box set came, like, years after Hellbent, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure the War Doctor stories came out after Hellbent. Let me just say, yeah, February 2016. So it's like 3 months after. And so the technology is very different. Well, no, sorry, not different. It's very similar. And so like what they do is they have this technology where they can go back in time and respawn soldiers in the war and then have them die again. It's quite a dark story. And the Doctor is really against it. Like the Doctor is really like, wow, you're just going to, use these innocent lives and have them die over and over and over again for your own, your own benefit in this war. Like, how disgusting is that? So yeah, like again, like Big Finish just, they did something very similar. They used technology and they made something very similar to what Hellbent does with Resurrection, by taking people out of time before their deaths. But there's an actual consequence to it. Like I think it's like every time they use it, like it makes. It makes the whole time vortex get more dangerous or something like that. I can't remember the exact because it's been a while since I've listened to it. But I remember the Doctor saying something like, it's morally wrong because what you're doing to these people, they should be allowed to, stay dead or whatever. But also, you're putting, the whole of time at risk by doing this because you're creating paradoxes.
Oh, is I now? Ooh.
You're like creating paradoxes to keep people alive. And it's like, well, this is just stuff that Hellbent doesn't really talk about. It's like, we never really get any establishment of the consequences of Clara being ripped out of time. It's like, well, imagine if it was like...
Or it seemingly has no effect at all because she goes off on adventures.
Yeah, and like, imagine if like instead they had established that, that it was justified, for example. Like, obviously, there's so much you have to go into to justify it, but let's say, for argument's sake, it was justified that the Doctor wanted to bring Clara out of time and he learned about this technology. And part of the conflict was tossing up, well, doing this will have these consequences on the time vortex or whatever and could cause chaos. And then, that becomes part of the plot because that's something that Hellbent is very, very low on as plot. It really, really suffers and doesn't have a plot, really. Much of it at all. Now, that's not to say that you have to have plot to be good, but it is something that I think would have made Hellbent, would have justified a lot of Hellbent's stuff and made it, better written, is have plot to tie into all this character stuff, because if you have a plot that ties into, how, the consequences of time and bringing, people out of time and what that leads to, you could create a proper story, but instead... there's not really much consequence in terms of plot at all for what he does with Clara, and it's just really kind of bullshit, to be honest. In fact, you could almost call it a Deus Ex Machina, couldn't you, Callum?
Yes.
Yes. Samuel.
using that term correctly for once.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that term that Samuel Davis says that 90% of Doctor Who has, even though it doesn't. But then an episode that he thinks is great, Hellbent, is one that actually does have one in it. Ironic. But yeah. Anyway, shall we crack into this video?
I guess we should.
What's the does it say the YouTuber's name?
No, if I click this, it'll bring me to it. Brub52.
Okay, Brub52. So yeah, Brub52. No hate to be sent your way. We're purely just criticizing your video. I mean, here's the thing: if you make good points, we'll praise you as well. It has happened before.
Hopefully, and I doubt this video is going to be good. Just my prediction. It's just a prediction. Hopefully, you can take our criticism on board and make better content in the future, because that's all we want, really.
Yeah, it's nothing personal. Sometimes we get a bit heated. Like that can happen, but it's because
we're people. We're people, you know.
and it's because we're passionate about storytelling,
writing,
and criticism, and we
storytelling is cool.
We care about quality, and that's something that often businesses don't care about, but it's something that I care about. I care about quality a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I care about when something is really, really good.
Yeah. And
I will praise it to no end.
And that's that for me.
Whenever I find something that's actually good, I'll praise it.
That for me is a priority when it comes to storytelling is quality. Because there's a lot of people out there that say, "Oh no, I want as many episodes as possible," because I'm hungry for Doctor Who. They're consuming it. Whereas I'm very much the opposite. I think less is more. I think it's best to have the amount of episodes that will give you what the tools you need to create quality. That's really what it is. And that's going to be different for every writer, producer, director, whatever. It's going to be different from person to person, what that constitutes. But ultimately, for me, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. And those are the things that I'm going to want to invest my time and money in, is quality. And so that's why I criticize storytelling, because that's what I believe. I genuinely believe that we should strive for high standards.
Imagine it's like if we just all be like, you know what? Nah, there's no quality, there's nothing. It's all on the same level. We'll just give everyone a gold star because you made a story. Well done.
How
fucking awful is that?
Whenever teachers did that in primary school, I hated it. It was so patronizing.
Everyone wins the participation award.
It's just like just because I'm a 10-year-old doesn't mean I can't see through your bullshit that you're just trying to get everyone in the class to.
And I hate whenever everyone always says, "But it's art, though." Art can literally be anything. A house is art. Bakery is art. Yeah. You can make shit bakery. You can make shit stories.
Bloody fingernails. People love fingernail art.
Exactly.
There's like industries built around it. People will
do you think there isn't a wrong way to make really shitty nail art?
Yeah, exactly. People will pay thousands of dollars to make their fingernails look cool.
It's like when we literally bring up stuff like dialogue, which we'll probably do in this video.
I'll tell you what, when people are paying thousands of dollars to make their fingernails look good, if the person doing the art doesn't do a good job, they will not be happy about it because they have standards.
No. It's almost as if there's a standard.
Mm-hmm.
My God, a standard.
It's almost like
that we all know.
Yeah, it's almost like, oh my God, you shoved that tool into my skin and now I'm bleeding. You are not getting paid. Like that. Like that's.
Yeah, this is not art. This is not art. This is not art. You can't classify that as art. Like anything can be art. Literally everything can be art.
Mm-hmm.
So to use that as an excuse of writing cannot be unbiasedly judged.
Yeah,
You're just wrong at that point.
I'm currently eating an Afghan biscuit that's made by my little cousins, and that has like
That's not art.
it has like colored sprinkles on it that's assembled in a way to look like the night sky with stars on it. That's art, isn't it?
No. Food is not art. No.
It's not good rat, is it?
It's like, because literally, like, a pile of shit can technically be art. You ain't gonna fucking eat it, though, are you? Because you know it's bad.
Yeah.
So as if you can define something by bad or good, and it be an apt description, because everything has a definition by fact.
Yeah. It's like,
Stop getting rolled up when we say something is badly written.
It's
and
like
we prove it.
If you have like a muscle car and you're doing a spray paint job on it, which is art, by the way, and you paint like a really controversial thing on it, I don't know, like a Nazi logo on it. It's not going to be good. You're going to get backlash and probably get the police chasing you down because your art is bad.
Yes. Your art is very bad. But no. Those are just like emotional words, Connor. They can't describe absolute truths.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, because it's all subjective.
It's just a social construct.
It's all subjective, and the driver, when they see those swastikas on his car, it makes them feel good. Therefore, it's good art.
It makes me feel good. Therefore, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Anyway, speaking of
writing can be shit.
Speaking of controversial art, shall we crack into this Hellbent video?
Yes, finally. Let's just do it. Rip the band-aid off.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm not asking you for a promise. I'm giving you an order.
Oh, spoilers, anyone? If
you haven't seen the okay overall era of Doctor Who, don't watch this video.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Strax shoot Olenna Tyrell down a flight of stairs, don't watch this video.
If you haven't seen the Doctor kiss Jenny, then please go away.
Yeah, if you... Like, are we just talking about the Crimson Horror out of all episodes in the first 10 series?
Well, I think you and Jeb talked about it.
Yeah.
I think it was yesterday in the Discord.
It's probably
that happened.
If you were to ask someone to name an episode from series 1 to 10 of New Who, the Crimson Horror would probably never ever be the first one that anyone would say.
It would never be the one. Yeah, exactly. No one would ever talk about it.
It's like it's kind of like Matt Smith's Idiot's Lantern in like tone, and the fact that Mark Gatiss wrote it, and the fact that it's just so obscure, and it has weird like out of character moments in it. Though I think weirdly, I prefer the Crimson Horror, which is very strange.
Over
because
what?
It's over the Idiot's Lantern, which is strange because it's series 7, but. I don't know. I think the Crimson Horror is better than.
I don't know which one I prefer. I just know that
I think the Doctor kissing Jenny scene in Crimson Horror is worse than any scene in Idiot's Lantern. I'll say that much. That's the worst scene out of the two episodes.
That could be true because there's a multiple context behind that, and it's really really bad when you think about it.
Especially when you consider that. At the end of the last series, he got married. Like, what are you doing?
And here's the thing: there's Idiot's Lantern is pretty shite, but there's one or two scenes that are actually okay.
I really I love the scene where he's being investigated in that house. That's such a funny scene, and he's like they're asking him serious questions about an investigation into where missing people have gone. And then he makes a joke about how you can't bend your arm backwards or something. It's just so doctorish. Yeah. And there's also the scenes where Tommy stands up to his father are quite good. It's just unfortunate at the end of the episode he just.
It's funny because that guy who plays Tommy, he now just does football punditry online, and it's very weird to watch because I regularly watch. The show he's on, and it's like, oh man, he's actually quite charismatic in real life, and when you watch Idiot's Lantern, it's like, man, he's obviously I know it's acting, but he does feel like a completely different person.
Yeah, in the Idiot's Lantern he does that I remember my favorite thing about him in Idiot's Lantern was that face he does.
I might send you that they not long ago they posted a clip of his best bits from the last year. I might send you that because I think that'd be really funny for you to watch, for no context.
You know that face he does in Idiot's Lantern where he's got like PTSD and he twitches his eyes. That's like one of his best things about him in that episode.
He did that a lot in the episode. I noticed that with his eyes, the way he acted.
Yeah, but it's always when he's around his father as well because he's triggered by his father.
I can't remember if his acting is like overall good or not, but I imagine it's fine.
I remember it being good for his age.
I can't remember how old he was.
I think the weird dissonance though is that he's playing it quite straight, like he's playing it like a serious "you're abusing me" drama, whereas the dad is a cartoon army general.
So when would that have been filmed? Like 2005?
Yeah, I think so.
How long ago is that? Like 16 years?
Yep.
Yeah, he's been like around like 20, early 20s.
Okay.
Because he's 2 years off 40 now, which is kind of mad.
Oh my goodness. That's crazy. So is bloody Tony Khan. He's 38 now. He doesn't look it though. He looks way younger than 38.
No. Yeah.
He looks like he bloody snorts something. Like with the way he smiles at the time. But
just a very happy guy.
But when you've got 4 jobs and you've got a $7 billion family, like you gotta snort something, I guess. Like he probably has a higher number of billions of dollars than he does hours of sleep per night. Anyway, he does seem like a nice guy though. Maddox says you're a subversive masterpiece, Uwu. What have I?
I'm pretty masterpiecey.
Yeah. Yeah, you broke. Yeah, but I broke the master lock though, didn't I? Anyway, spoilers for the Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat eras of Doctor Who.
You will not insult my memory.
Does that mean he's going to mention like Series 10 and how like
is he going to mention?
The Doctor reacted after?
Is he going to mention Twice Upon a Time because that's when Clara comes back briefly?
Yeah. And then the Doctor just remembers him. And that was pointless as well.
But I'm fixing any of the problems that came with it. I miss Adam so much.
Yeah, that's fucking great clip.
I'm so just salty that 2020 just took him out of the channel. He just couldn't. He couldn't continue.
It was a rough year. It was a rough year for everyone.
Yeah.
Fucking. It's nearly 2022. What the fuck?
Oh, also, bloody Clara was mentioned, not like directly, but she was kind of mentioned in the pilot as well.
Yeah, no, that's what I was sort of referencing. Like, is that what he's going to talk about? Like, as oh, that's such an impactful moment. Yeah, even though the Doctor literally doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
He's doing the same thing that he did recently to his other friend. That means they're the same. If you like the pilot, you have to like Hellbent. Anyway, we're probably getting ahead of ourselves.
Wilson.
What about me?
If there was something I could do about that, I would. Guess we're both just gonna have to be brave.
Oh, this is some of the best acting in the show.
Yeah, it really is. This scene is fucking really good.
Yeah,
it's a really good scene.
I know that we say Peter Capaldi's best performance is Heaven Sent, but I think this might be his best individual scene because it's so uncomfortable watching him do this, but in the best way. You know, we've talked about uncomfortable acting before. This is one of the pure examples of just grief starting and being portrayed in a really strange way, and I think that's really in character as well for the 12th Doctor.
Yeah. He's very much in denial at first.
Yeah.
The 5 stages of grief.
And it's like, this is kind of like, I think what Peter Capaldi is doing in this scene is he's kind of portraying what would it be like if an alien went through anguish. You know, that's kind of what it is. And it's a really nice sort of blend of things we've seen in both classic and New Who. And it's just a brilliant performance and a brilliant episode, in my opinion. I think Face the Raven's good shit. And I think one of the biggest reasons for it is that Sarah Dollard actually knows how to write female characters. That's one of the biggest things that makes Clara so much better in Face the Raven than she is in a lot of other episodes. Like Hellbent.
Mm.
Everything you're about to say, I already know. Don't do it now. We've already had enough bad timing.
Yes, a good scene. I clapped.
Hey everybody. So when I got up this morning, I thought...
Okay, I think your predictions were fairly... You had fairly accurate predictions. In terms
are
of,
they?
like,
Okay, I'd
the
say so.
presentation.
Yeah.
I can already see where this is going to go. I'm very looking forward to it because I do get quite a lot of entertainment. I get quite a lot of entertainment out of this, but I can see where this is going. Just from the presentation style and the tone of voice, I'm like, yeah.
Why do you think he actually used that opening scene? What do you think he's trying to convey emotionally?
Yeah.
It's like, look how impactful this is, guys. Look how much this is distorting the Doctor.
He's even got what I like to call the professional line. You know that? Look at the title of the thing. In between Masterpiece and Video, there's that line separating them. I call that like the pro line, and it's only like it's only the only people that do that are corporations and people that really, really think their video essays are top shit.
Yeah, they're professional shit.
Yeah. That is the pro liner is a signature trait, everyone.
I think I've done. I can't remember if I've done that for my early videos.
Yeah. I am being hyperbolic. Like, there's probably people that have used it that are fine, but
Oh no, yeah, yeah.
But I see it a lot with companies and corporations that want to look slick and expensive.
It's very common.
And then I also see it a lot with people like that, that make very bold
you get that,
essays.
and then you get some people that put it in like brackets, like video essay in brackets. That's what I've done.
I miss like the really unprofessional titles where they do everything in caps lock and have lots of exclamation marks and then a 1, and then in like the curvy brackets they put HQ.
thought to myself, yeah, I think I'll commit social suicide and talk about one of the most controversial Doctor Who episodes yet created, Hellbent. People hate this episode.
Yep, we do.
And to be honest, me personally...
Okay, I'll give him one compliment. His mic is really, really like crisp quality. Very, very good mic quality, I reckon. Like I can hear all the, it's almost like I can hear...
I can understand him.
Although actually, I will say, there are some people where like their mics are so good that you can hear noises inside their mouth and it can get a bit like ASMR-y.
Yeah.
Especially if they've got like I don't know, some people have something in their throats that make their mouths really noisy. It's weird. Anyway.
I've never hated a Doctor Who episode.
Oh, it's the car!
You've never... Ah!
It's our favorite
Sorry,
car.
you've never hated a Doctor Who episode before? Never. That's quite strange.
Okay.
I think that's the most uncommon thing. Like, fine, it's totally fine if he doesn't hate any episode, but that's very, 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 very rare.
Very rare, especially with a show so big. It's like
when there's so much diverting like takes on the show, and how the show is presented. You'd think the clashing styles, when you look at it as a whole,
look, I'm gonna
annoy someone.
I'm gonna hazard a guess in terms of the amount of content this person's consumed. I could be wrong. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that this person has probably listened to 0 Big Finish audios and probably can count the amount of Classic Who stories they've seen on one hand, or less. That's my guess, and they've probably only seen New Who. Because to have seen all of Classic Who, all of New Who, and a good chunk of Big Finish and not hate a single story is very unlikely. Very unlikely. And I'm saying that as someone who loves most of the stuff that came before 2010, but it's still very, very unlikely. So, yeah.
Even like Fear Her, which does literally everything wrong. I mean, yeah,
Oh.
I would watch it if I had a choice.
Literally everything wrong. That's interesting as a statement.
I don't think it does
Ooh.
everything wrong. I think there are some
Yeah,
things that are-
I don't even agree. I don't even agree with that.
Yeah, no. I think there's things
Did you
that-
see the comedy with the council worker? That shit is gold.
Yeah, have you... The scene where the doctor tells Rose that he was a father once. That's a great scene.
That's a really good little bit of information.
The scene at the start when they first materialize the TARDIS between the Portaloos, that is fucking hilarious.
That's unironically funny, yeah.
That is one
That's
of the,
just a funny bit.
It's one of the best gags in the show.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, all right. Let me just turn it around.
my friend, my friend Daniel, he spilled his beer when he saw that moment. When he first watched Fear Her,
Funny.
he spilled his beer
pretty
because it
funny.
was so unexpected.
Man, using the term "literally everything wrong"
Mhm.
that's interesting. A video essayist on Doctor Who saying that.
What?
That's
So you
just-
think
ooh.
you think the concept's wrong, you think the direction's wrong, you think the casting's wrong, you think the dialogue's wrong, you think the pacing's wrong, you think the music's wrong, you think the acting's wrong, you think the color grading's wrong, you think the runtime is wrong, you think the morals are wrong, you think what else is there? You think the themes are wrong?
Because that's the thing. I was pretty much agreeing with most of that up until you got to stuff like the runtime is wrong, and I was like,
Yeah.
I mean,
you think
there's
you think
plenty
you
of time
think,
for it
you
to
think the
do
title
well.
the title sequence is wrong? Because I disagree with you on that. Yeah, there's
David Tennant's hair is wrong.
no. Oh well, it is in Day of the Doctor, and Idiot's Lantern,
Yes.
but not Fear Her. It's good.
He's
in
not
Fear Her.
wearing a tie in this as well.
This person thinks that that cardboard box killing a cat is wrong. It's
Yes, they're very immoral, and I think boxes of all kinds.
yeah.
I think they need to go to another
Yeah.
country.
It's also
You don't want them here.
the Olympics is racist.
Yes, everyone hates the Olympics.
Yeah. Also, kids shouldn't draw on their walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should also have that. Also, the mum is just fucking terrible, but that is true.
Also, that pop singer that was on the poster wall that Rose saw isn't actually famous in 2012.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, what else is there? There's bloody Chloe Webber putting a Barbie doll head on her pencils is actually promoting violence.
Yes, it's very horrific.
Yeah. And also, David Tennant saying that he has a manly, hairy hand is an agenda against people that have no body hair. Saying
But
everything
yeah,
is wrong.
everything wrong.
Saying everything is wrong is very hyperbolic.
Yeah.
But anyway, we get the point. You even when there's episodes that have lots of flaws, you still don't hate any of them. You still have a soft spot for all of them.
Yeah. And I also find it strange that they're using very particular language that a lot of people are opposed to in the Doctor Who community.
Here's the thing. My thing that I would say to this is if they were here is that obviously they could end up getting into it in the next few minutes or whatever, but we don't know yet. But this is something that a lot of people do that then they skip over. I am not that interested in the fact that you don't hate things that you think are bad. What I want to know is I want to know what the reasons are. I want to know why you think it is. That
Yeah,
despite,
like I'm
like-
not that bothered that you didn't like something.
yeah, like I know, like I want to know, you to break down for me that despite the
Like,
fact that you,
how useful is saying like I didn't like this, I didn't like that, I didn't like this, I didn't
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
without actually going any further? And it's the same the opposite way. You just saying, "Oh, I like this, I like that,
yeah,
I like this, I like that too."
yeah. The
It's
thing
very
is like
not useful.
the thing is like we were jokingly before we were saying like, oh yes, you know, David Tennant's hair and all that, but we're saying that sarcastically because if we were doing an actual review, we wouldn't like that wouldn't be the primary focus. That would just be something that we add.
No.
In. Like that's something that you add
We
in
were
as a
talking
joke,
about,
you know.
yeah.
Like I'd be like,
Yeah,
oh
exactly.
yes, I think that that scene where he confronts Chloe's mother about what's happening is really powerful acting. Also, I think his shirt being unbuttoned is hot. Like that's something that you would add on to the end for like a joke.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Because it's a joke. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the thing is that I want to know what you think the reasons are for why, despite the fact that you think it's fundamentally bad on all levels, why you don't hate it. Like what's endearing about it. Explain in detail and highlight the differences in you know what you think is fundamentally works and what doesn't, and why you still give it a pass in terms of your reaction, why you still think you enjoyed it even if you don't think any of it was good. Like that's the core, really. That's why I'm interested in watching these videos. I want you to really dig deep and explain what you think the reasons are for your reactions and how that relates to the writing, rather than just saying, this is bad, but I don't hate it. Moving on.
This is bad, but I like it. But bye.
Yeah, because that's not interesting at all to me.
It's like, man, that was some really, really interesting information. I'm glad I got so much from it.
Yeah, because like, you know, that if that's all that he said, and that's the standard we were going for video essays, I could say the exact same thing, despite the fact that me and him probably don't have anywhere near the same opinions.
No,
Because I could also say, oh yes, I think Fear Her fundamentally doesn't work on most levels, but I don't hate it. In fact, I enjoy it. And if you saw that in isolation and compared it to this video, you would think that me and him agree on everything about Fear Her, because that's all we've said about it. But if we actually articulate what we think about the episode in detail, you'd probably find there are actually a lot of differences. And then you can actually have a proper discussion and talk about, you know, the whole thing, about its quality, about your reaction to it, and everything. So, yeah, hopefully he does that. If he doesn't, then that's a shame, but I guess the thing is we are trying to focus on Hellbent anyway, so maybe that's not necessary. But if it was about Fear Her, I'd be giving him massive down points if he just skipped over that.
But I don't attack the episode or its creators like some people do with this episode, and I really wish people would quit that shit.
Okay, you're allowed to hate an episode and not attack the creators. Also,
Yeah.
I could be completely mistaken and just being, you know, overly anxious. But imagine if he pulled up that tweet that I did to Rachel Talele where I was like, when I said to Rachel Talele on Twitter, I was just like, I'm not a fan of Hellbent, but I thought your direction was fantastic, and everyone quote tweeted me saying, "Oh, what a bully."
What?
You're abusing her.
How? What? How's that bullying? You're praising her.
Yeah, but imagine if he pulled up that and said that, oh yes, I'm so sick of haters that are attacking the creators of the show.
Yeah, that's...
You're allowed to hate an episode of TV and not attack the creators. It's possible.
What? No, you can't do that. You have to go and bully their children.
Yeah. I told Stephen
That's
Moffat's
what we do,
son-
right?
I told Stephen Moffat's son to quit his acting career because Hellbent was bad.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how it works.
It's really aggressive. Life lesson here from a 17-year-old. Don't attack someone online because you don't like the episode of Doctor Who they created. That has
Thank
got
you
to be
for
one
that
of the dumbest
information.
things I've ever heard. We all live together on this planet, so let's practice empathy, huh?
Oh, I never knew that. I never knew we all lived on the same planet.
Okay, I can
I've
understand.
got the brand new
Now-
information.
You know what? I can now I'm getting a sense of his personality, and I can see why he loves Stephen Moffat, because there's a lot of pretentiousness in this. There's a lot of, hey, I know things that you obviously don't know.
Like, guys, hey guys, come on, let's not fight. You know, that's not it's not ideal.
You people, we live
just because you didn't like an episode of Doctor Who, you can't go in and attack the people who wrote the episode.
Look, just because Doctor Who it lives in a society, gosh,
and we do live in a society.
Oh dear.
It's like I said.
Hatred is too strong an emotion.
Oh,
to waste
fuck
on someone that you
off!
don't like.
Stop.
So,
Pretentious.
I don't need to have a character.
I don't need Clara telling me.
I don't need Clara to pull out the dictionary and tell me what hatred means. It's not necessary.
And that's annoying because that's from a good episode.
Yeah.
So it's just like, come on,
hey,
why are you being so pretentious?
Well, I've said before, there are things that hold back Mummy for me, and that's one of them.
That moment is like,
yeah. Hate is always foolish,
good.
and love is always wise.
I imagine without rewatching it in a while, I'd imagine Mummy's like around a 7. And that's for today's standards. I
currently have it at an 8. I think. Yeah, I think I currently. Have
it depends on if things hold up properly. But I imagine it does.
I think what's the the most Moffat-y line I think I've ever heard in the show is, "I've never had the luxury for outrage."
Okay.
It's like, okay, we get it. You went to a private school. Shut up.
let's make love and not war, right? Anyways, Hellbent. Like I said, I really don't hate any episodes.
Also, I just want to re-point out. I've said this before, but Moffat is so fun to like criticize. I get such a kick out of criticizing because it's so enjoyable being mean to his crap that he does. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's so entertaining.
That's so toxic, Connor. You toxic man. You toxic man.
Like there are other writers where I will like just struggle and cringe and be like, oh, do I really have to talk about this garbage? But like with Stephen Moffat, I always have so much fun just hitting
I think it's because like the clip he just showed of Clara. That kind of just like that's kind of who Moffat is. He does that a lot in his episodes. It's kind of a sense of pretentiousness.
I also think that Moffat himself is quite a funny, smug guy, and he does this all the time. He makes these kind of comments all the time about other people. So I feel like we're kind of allowed to do the same to him because he can take what he can dish out.
Yeah, I don't imagine Moffat's going to be going like, "Why'd you guys bully me? I just like Doctor Who."
Yeah, he probably.
If
he was if he was in this call, he'd say something back to us that's just as funny. He'd be bantering.
Yeah.
Although, because there are some people that have said things to him that are really cringe. Like I think I heard Josh Snares once was at a convention and someone went on the stage and it's just like. So about like Moffat moments, that bit where the writing goes bad and there was just a really awkward silence and he got shifted off the stage.
When writing goes bad, I wouldn't say it's just a Moffat moment. I would just call it bad writing.
Yeah, and it was just like that's not funny. You're just stating something and it's cringe and awkward and they just didn't say anything. Whereas like if you're gonna take shots at him, you gotta be funny, otherwise he won't respect you. It's got to be in good taste, even if it's edgy. It's got to be in good taste, and I feel like that's what makes it fun. Criticizing Moffat is when you make it fun, when you react to his work, and make it fun because he has so much personality and he puts so much of his own personality into his work, and I think that's what makes it so fun to criticize his work.
And that includes, but I really want to analyze this episode thoroughly, looking at each of the pillars of art that make up.
Okay, he's got 14 more minutes to do so. Let's see if he can pull it off.
That's a lot.
Yeah, long man bad.
I mean, it took me what?
Thinking about it, the chapter
45
format
minutes
for
to
my first
do
Doctor Who video essay works
to
perfectly
destroy
for
it.
this,
Yeah.
which, if you haven't seen, guys, you are missing out. That was a big video for me. I put a lot into it. You guys will love it. But what we're going to do is take the chapter format from that video and spruce it up into what I'm going to call the
Ooh, he did one called Doctor Who is the greatest TV show ever made.
I wouldn't even agree with that, but I
mean,
think it's the most
it's
impactful.
it's my favorite show. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
It's one of the longest lasting and most popular shows in
I would
British TV.
say it is one of the most impactful shows in history.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think the problem with Doctor Who is actually, even if it was like, airtight all the way through, if we're talking about success, unfortunately the UK doesn't have as much reach as the US. And there's so many shows in the US that will just automatically be considered more highly acclaimed. Like it's just a fact.
I would imagine something like Breaking Bad is probably like writing wise better than Doctor Who. That wouldn't surprise me. But
it wouldn't surprise
I
me at
think
all.
the impact that Doctor Who has had on culture for the last 50 years, that's pretty big.
Well, I mean, like, for example, something like I don't know, Years and Years, or It's a Sin. There's more consistent writing than Doctor Who, but that's because it's like 7 episodes long. It's not as impactful as Doctor Who though, because it's not as famous. It's not as long lasting.
In a sense, yeah. And there was also a lot that it didn't like I guess reinvent like writing.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of Doctor Who does that.
If you look at something like Star Trek, for example, that's lasted for generations, and it was made in America, so it's more popular and more
and with Star Trek, I haven't actually watched a lot of Star Trek at all, but I know that it goes over different shows, different crew and characters.
Yeah.
I don't know if it goes over different continuities. I imagine it would, maybe.
Well, I know that there is continuity between certain shows. Because the films,
I know that. Yeah,
the films do that. Like the films go over, they exist in a similar continuity to the TV show, at least for the first 2 Star Treks. Because there is a film called Generations that passes the torch from Shatner to Stewart, and it's not a very good film, but I remember liking it when I was a kid. I think it was like Captain Kirk's death scene is one of the most overacted scenes of all time. Because he's like... William Shatner started playing that character in like the 60s, and then by the time that film came out, I don't know, it was like the 90s or something, and he's like old and fat and doesn't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, I would say Doctor Who is one of the most impactful shows in history, but I wouldn't say it's the best at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to make that argument, despite the fact that it's my favorite show. I wouldn't be able to make that argument. I haven't even... The thing is, I don't even think it's even... Like, it's a really hard argument to make, because there's hardly anyone on the planet that's even seen most of TV.
Yeah.
Because if you think about not just... We're like, when people say that, they usually only think about like mainstream shows that are broadcast in English-speaking countries. There's probably
they would either reference like The Wire or
like
Breaking Bad or whatever.
There's TV made in Japan that's really highly acclaimed that we will never watch because it's not accessible to us. There's TV made in India that's really, really highly acclaimed that we would probably never watch. There's TV probably made in China that we would probably never watch. And also, there's all sorts of industries in other countries that we don't really know anything about because of the language barrier. That's a whole thing. That is, so to say something is the greatest TV show ever made, you're comparing it to so many different dynasties and franchises. It's like, well, that's a huge thing.
I think I'm fine when people say a film is like one of the best ever made under like the spectrum of like a lot of pop culture, a lot of like indie films. I think that are relatively well known and stuff like that.
Well, usually
I'm fine with that.
Usually
mostly.
When people say that, it's what they mean is that this is one of the greatest films made in Hollywood in the modern era. Is usually what they mean.
Yeah. I always just tend to talk about the actual show and say it is just brilliant and how consistent it is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to compare it, I'm going to compare it to stuff that's either similar or coming out around
Yeah.
the same time.
If I was that person here, I would have probably titled it Doctor Who. Why Doctor Who is my favorite TV show of all time, and then
Or
line.
why Doctor Who is so great.
Yeah, and then
something.
pro line and then video essay.
Yeah.
Four
Hey, it
pillars
was an
of
hour long, so fair play,
foundational
man.
art pieces that all have to come together to make a great work of cinema. We're going to analyze each one and try to see exactly where Hellbent gets it all wrong and where Hellbent gets it all right. Let's take a look.
Oh, hang on. I just want to pause there. That was a video about why it's the greatest of all time. In Chapter 7, they mentioned the Chibnall era so far.
So is that going to be like, now, okay, I understand the Chibnall era is not good.
But look at this. Look at this piece of...
guys, it broke the ceiling. It broke the glass ceiling.
Have you seen that opening, that shot where the ship comes into space in the Ghost Monument? Wow, what an achievement. That's never been done before.
Did you guys like... It's never been done before.
Yeah, it's like, wow, a Hollywood special effect on a BBC budget. This makes it the best TV show of all time.
Guys, there's whammons.
You'll be disappointed to know there's been whammon in the show for like 99% of it.
Wait, what? No.
Even in the
whammon were invented for Doctor Who.
Even in the Deadly Assassin, there's a voiceover protocol of a woman, even though that's like the most manly story of all time. It's actually weird to me that Will Maddox doesn't like the Deadly Assassin because it's got lots of men in it, and it's got.
Wait, question him now.
Tom,
I don't know if he's in the chat, but
yeah, Tom Baker like strips down a bit and gets all wet in the water.
Oh my god!
It's like this should be your playground, Will.
This should be. This should be your playground. Jeez.
This is my stomping ground. He looks at Tom drowning in the water and goes, ooh ah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Anyway.
So what's chapter 1? Oh, pillars. Oh. All right.
So,
all right. Well,
also,
here we go. This is the big one, I would say.
If you're gonna use the pro line, please do not use Arial font. Like you've literally.
Also, can you like? It's not a huge issue because there's way worse examples, but a little bit of like drop shadow would be nice.
Or a stroke.
Something.
Yeah, or some texture, or some shading, or some contour.
Like the worst,
anything.
I don't know if you've watched all of the MauLer Black Widow video, Connor, but there was a point he made where the text of like white, it blends into the actual film really badly whenever they use it on multiple occasions.
They did that in Resolution. They had really bad font just plastered on the screen.
Yes, and it wasn't very readable. Yeah. If you're going to have text, make it... This is probably one of the better ones anyway, but just a little bit of drop shadow would be nice. Because it allows us to see all the edges and stuff to see it clearly.
This is literally the default font. This is it. This is all you got. It's just default white text in Arial font.
I always just kind of use Impact, which is just all... It uses it in almost all caps and stuff, which I think is a bit more better.
As we know, Bolstrick uses Showcard Gothic.
First pillar of writing. This is where a lot of people have problems with this episode. The first thing you gotta know is that this episode is technically the third part of a 3-part story. Face the Raven, Heaven Sent, and then Hellbent.
Did you know that? I didn't know that.
We see a
oh
former
my god,
character
it's a 3-part.
So there are 3 interlinking episodes that all have conclusions.
Yeah.
But I believe they're like officially recognized as standalone stories, though.
Yeah, even though it is a 3-part story, really.
The thing is, though, is that when people do rankings, they will, unless they like Hellbent, they will often separate them, because trying to rank this 3-part story in a list is pretty much impossible. Because it's like, well,
yeah, because it's fucking all over the place.
It's like, well, you've got one of the best episodes of all time in it, but you've also got one of the worst. So it's like,
and then there's a really good one.
Yeah, so it's like, well, where do you put it? Do you put it in the middle? Well, no, because it's not average.
Well, really, let's be honest. When you put it all of it together, it's a fucking abomination because it's so inconsistent.
Yeah. But it's like, but then that means that Heaven Sent is involved in a story that's one of the worst.
Yeah,
like,
no.
What do you do?
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
Whereas something like, I don't know, Utopia Sound of Drums and Last of the Time Lords, because all 3 parts are great, you can just put them all together.
Yeah. This will piss off the people who hate it. That 3-part is objectively well written.
Mm. Yeah. Fantastic.
It's really good.
He returned, and he has a tattoo on his neck that's counting down, and there's a secret street with aliens disguised as people, and his shielder is back. Another former character who the Doctor turned into a mortal to save her life. And
I just wanted to point out he's got flash cuts in there. That's very unprofessional. Don't do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've noticed that some. Obviously, it can happen to all of us. That's happened to me many times. But yeah, try and improve on like when you're cutting, not to have then an immediate cut after within the episode, because that's very jarring.
Yeah. Also, moment of praise for the episode. Very, very good costuming. That's something that I love about Face the Raven. It's got very good costuming.
Yeah. Very costumes.
It's
I
almost,
think
like, even though this part of the show isn't as well known in the public, it has very iconic imagery in terms of the costuming. Like, when you think about Series 9, I think about the costuming in this episode, like Capaldi's red velvet suit.
Yeah.
Especially Clara's dress. Like, it's a very memorable attire.
Because it's in the 3 episodes, and then it's in Twice Upon a Time.
It's like the thing when you talk about, it's like, I remember what she was wearing when she died. It's like what people say about people that have passed away. It's like, that's what Clara's wearing. She's wearing something quite memorable. Even though it's very simple, it's quite memorable. And yeah, anyway.
She was the focus of that one bad episode, and she's the one killing Rizzy, and they have to convince all the alien people that he didn't kill this lady with 2 heads who has a son who's actually a girl, and the girl's
slow down.
And it turns out the mom was alive the whole time, and his shielder was evil, and she wasn't, and she's just working for some. And Clara took the tattoo from Rizzy at the chainsaw.
The thing is, he's only got 16 minutes, so he's got to, he's got to go through it.
Oh yeah, he's as we know, whenever you make a video, you're on a timer.
However, if he uses this when he's trying to make an argument, then I'll be like, stop gish galloping, because that is not on. But he's doing a recap. He's doing a recap, so I can let it pass.
Well, I would like if the joke is like, well, there's a lot of shit in this. There's like, it's very complicated. It's like, okay, I'd rather you just like slow down and just go through it and tell me what it all means.
Yeah, the thing is, sometimes MauLer will talk fast, but it's probably by accident. Like, it's just because he's it's just because he's really high functioning. He just says things quickly, but he's trying to articulate. It's not on purpose, whereas this is very intentionally trying to do like a speed rap.
Well, the difference is I know what MauLer is saying with this. Like, I just feel like I missed a lot because it was going so fast and I wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah. This reminds me of like, he's trying to be funny because he's trying to sound like Mark Zuckerberg. That's what I'm getting the vibe of.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back so I can just fucking understand the full shit he just said.
Character Riggsy returned, a tattoo on his neck that's counting down, and there's a secret street with aliens disguised as people, and his shielder is back. Another former character who the Doctor turned into a mortal to save her life, and she was the focus of that one really bad episode, and she's the one killing Riggsy, and they have to convince all the alien people that he didn't kill this lady with 2 heads who has a son who's actually a girl, and the girls of this race can see into people's future, and it turns out the mom was alive the whole time, and his shielder was evil, and she wasn't.
Yeah, like, you see what I mean? Fucking, he's going like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, fucking hell. It's not... It's really bad. I'm sorry, but slow the fuck down.
Yeah.
So, Jesus Christ.
Look,
also, he said that the episode that Ashilda was in was really bad as well. That's quite interesting.
You don't understand, Callum. This video is made for people that like rap music. Okay, so if you don't understand it, then you're culturally insensitive to rap music.
Yes.
The Doctor was.
It's like
the Doctor was.
It doesn't
right.
also
No, you don't.
The accent
No. Stop it. I've got important things to say. The Doctor, when he was in that car at the start of Hellbent, was riding dirty. All right. Okay. He's embracing rap music with his guitar.
That's the theme.
That's the theme. Yep. And now he's this video essay artist with the pro line is rapping like Crazy Bone to articulate that theme.
There was like, and I find there's a lot with American YouTubers when you're talking fast, especially for someone who's used to like the British accent and people who not with the twang in their voice.
Yeah,
slowing down really helps.
Yeah,
like when it's just, I'd rather you be like articulate like at a relatively decent pace instead of going a million miles an hour where I have to rewind to just get everything you've said under the same breath.
Well, maybe maybe we should play it at 0.25 times speed like I did with Jay's video.
You know what? Yeah.
Where he's like, it's bad. It's
all right. I thought
it's I lied.
I lied.
Honestly, counting down of secrets.
Oh, now we'll really see the editing.
Aliens disguised as people on the shoulders back. Another
the flash cuts look normal now.
Character for
yeah.
the Doctor turned into
oh my god, Murray Gold's music is like scaring me. Or is that Murray Gold or is it something else? Whatever music he's using is
I think it
scaring
is.
me now.
I think it is Murray Gold music.
For life, and she was the focus of that one really
Look at that hair flip.
bad episode.
Really
She's the
bad
one
episode.
Crazy and haptic mental the alien people that he didn't kill.
He sounds constipated when he's like this.
He sounds drunk. Yeah, I think if we put him to maybe 0.75, that might legitimately help.
Okay.
This lady with two heads who has a son who's actually a girl, and the girls of this race can see into people's future, and it turns out the mom was alive the whole time.
Oh my god, this is so much better. I can actually
Yeah, I know.
understand him.
Unironically, that was actually I could actually understand what he said.
Like he sounds like a little bit cyber, but I can understand him now.
Well, yeah, exactly. I understand what he's saying. Like, kind of.
Time on his shoulder was evil, and she wasn't, and she's just working for some. And Clark took the tattoo from Riggsy, it changed the terms of essence, and then she dies. Very eventful episode. And then its follow-up episode, Heaven Sent. Holy shit! This is the best.
I think we can go back to regular.
Oh shit, what's happened?
Oh my god, what the fuck is this thumbnail? What?
Brilliant, Obama. You understand, Michelle. Last night, I was watching Hellbent.
I have to screenshot this. I'm gonna send this to. I'm gonna put this in the ecom.
You need to understand.
Just see how they react.
You American people need to listen and understand that last night I watched Hellbent with Michelle. And I turned to her and I said, "Brilliant."
Oh shit. Realistically,
it didn't make sense. It was character assassination. Just like how
the Doctor broke off his codes. It didn't work.
He didn't follow the First Amendment, and it was assassination of character, just like how Donald Trump assassinated America's character, and and all the women and children suffered as a result of Hellbent, and we're in great peril, and the Doctor is in great peril, and he needs America. And that's why he went to that bar in America.
Jesus.
And I like this show. I caught it on BBC America in 2011. That quirky man, Matt Smith. Oh, I like that man. Oh, he voted for me. He voted for Democratic Party. And I said to Michelle, Michelle, do you like Matt Smith? I like Matt Smith. I saw the Doctor's wife, and I said, brilliant. I said, brilliant. I said, the Doctor looks at the TARDIS the same way I look at you, Michelle. TARDIS takes him through his life.
Looks sexy.
TARDIS guides him through his adventures like you guide me through mine. And it's brilliant. It's powerful. It's very powerful. And remember Barack Obama was in Doctor Who in The End of Time.
Yes, he was.
That was so funny where Russell got him out there. He's just like, I'm here to end the recession, and then he turns to the master. And the master's like, global financial crisis deleted.
Yep.
Anyway, are we gonna fix this?
I've just refreshed and it worked. I'm back on the episode.
Okay.
So just refresh the page.
Okay.
And it should be fine.
Seriously, I get.
Oh, okay. So we're on 327, are we?
I'm on 326, but yeah.
Okay,
much.
I'm on 325. Yeah, okay, we're all good now. Shall we turn it back to single speed? Unless he does that again, I guess.
It is on single speed now. I changed it back.
Yeah, Vespa's just commented OMG because I know that she's from America, so she'll know. She'll know all about it. Oh dear.
Seriously, I get rolling on this episode, so let's just move right. Wait, but do you remember the part where he jumped out the window and they did the whole Sherlock Holmes thing? Wow, that was great. And there was the other part where his clothes were laid out in front of the sorry, it's really good. And then Hellbent came after that.
What was that?
It sounded like he was gonna come or something.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
That was strange. He just was about to talk about the fire, and then just sort of was like, I'm sorry. Like, was he eating something? I'm gonna go back.
I remember when I was about 8 years old. For some reason, just out of pure instinct, I did a very similar thing. I spoke like the way he spoke there to try and sound funny, and my friend looked at me and said, "That's something you should not do because it's not funny," and I never did it again. And I suddenly got a massive burst of nostalgia when I heard him do that, because I remember being on the receiving end of a boo when I did that. So I don't know why that is a funny thing that people do, but I don't know. I have no idea. I can't tell you the answer, but I remember at one point in time, probably about 15 years ago maybe, or 16 or 17 years ago, I tried doing that same thing, and I can't remember why. It was a very long time ago. It was all before you were born. It was before Barack Obama was president.
But do you remember the part where he jumped out the window and they did the whole Sherlock Holmes thing? Wow, that was great. And there was the other.
Is it Sherlock Holmesy to do that?
I think it's more Sherlock Holmesy, the bit where like he's drops the flower on the floor, and then also the bit where he uses the monocle, and then the bit after where he goes into his mind palace.
I definitely wouldn't describe the whole when he jumps out and then he sort of everything just slows down. And all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't describe that.
I'm pretty sure that there's a scene like in Sherlock, like not just like traditional Sherlock Holmes, but like in the show that Moffat did, where he jumps off a building, and then the cliffhanger is just like,
They talked about that on EFAP,
yeah,
and then how that's really shit.
Yeah, and the cliffhanger's like, oh, is Sherlock Holmes dead? And then they're like, no, he's not. And then there's also the other one. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Sherlock. Just plug your ears. There's that bit where bloody Moriarty shoots himself, and it's just like, is Moriarty dead? And then he like pops up on a computer like in the next season. I've only seen the first episode, but I have a funny feeling that Sherlock is garbage. Like, it does not sound like a
Really?
good show.
I imagine it would be garbage. I imagine it's kind of bad.
It really did stink of Moffat fan fiction of what I saw, and apparently what I saw is one of the good ones. So there you go.
I imagine if we ever did videos on Sherlock, I think that'd be pretty funny and be like,
yeah,
guys,
apparently it's
this
like,
show it's not actually good.
Apparently some people think it might even be worse than the Moffat era of Doctor Who. That's quite a big call.
That wouldn't actually kind of surprise me.
Yeah, it's very popular though. Like, Sherlock is a very popular show.
Oh yeah, it is very popular.
But from seeing the very first episode, like, I saw right through it straight away. I saw through all of the bullshit. I was just like, yep, you've got flirtatious women, you've got pretentious dialogue, you've got like over focusing on the stylish elements and not enough like building up the actual substance, and you've got like just unnecessary twists. You've got a climax that revolves around like a chess match of the mind but isn't actually that clever. You got smug, self-aggrandizing arrogance. It's all there. It's just like, I saw it, I was just like, oh yeah, this is definitely written by Stephen Moffat. Even if it has really good performances and direction, but like, you know, the writing is where it counts for me. And no, thank you. Speaking of writing,
other part where his clothes were laid out in front of the sorry, it's really good. And then
so is this meant to be like he realizes he's getting carried away and talking about things that he likes that are like just,
if that's what he's doing, then
like
he's not, that like, wasn't very well portrayed.
Like, he's frothing over the red velvet clothes by the fire rather than talking about the writing. It's basically what is the joke, I guess. Anyway,
it's not very good.
I want to move on.
Hellbent came after that. Came after the best episode of Doctor Who. So yeah, I would say expectations.
Well, it was very good. It was very good, very good.
I wouldn't say it's the best episode of Doctor Who. This thing
definitely up there though.
It's probably the best directed and the best scored, and possibly the best acted. But best written, it's up there. But I don't know. I don't know about that. I have a few tisms with Heaven Sent, but it's great. It's brilliant, but it's not better than The Waters of Mars, folks. I can tell you that much.
We're pretty high for this episode, and this is the part where I piss literally everyone off. I'd say Hellbent really delivers. But what about Clara's send-off, I hear you asking? Relax, my friends. Everything in its time.
But no, it doesn't deliver. I'm looking forward to seeing what his arguments are. But to say it delivered would imply this was all structured in a very coherent way.
It delivers if you turn the sound off and cut out all of the scenes with characters in them. So, although actually, to be fair, the car is a problem, but apart from that, if you just look at like establishing shots and whatnot, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty good episode. I wonder what he thinks it delivers in. Does it deliver in a punch to the
payoffs?
A kick to the dick? Because I'd say yeah, it does. It did fast track.
He was thinking about Capaldi having to walk around the castle naked.
Oh.
Why would he walk around the castle? He was getting changed. Also, I think that's was joking.
Yeah, I think you played yourself there. Or he played, I don't know. Anyway.
First, we have to start at the beginning. The episode starts where Heaven Sent ended. The Doctor escaping the confession dial and finding himself outside the Citadel on Gallifrey. As it turns out, the Doctor's not very happy with the Time Lords as of right now because, gee, I don't know, they were kind of responsible for this and this and this, and they've also always been dicks, so Time Lords are not in a very good position right now.
They've always been dicks.
I mean, that is one way of putting it. I'd probably go something more along the lines of their culture is completely and utterly the opposite of the Doctor's own morals. They sent him into exile. They put him in a torture chamber. They put him on trial. They've tried to kill him multiple times.
I think there's one thing we need to remember about Clara's death. It was kind of her fault. Like, yes, there's the whole orchestrating part of it. Yeah, the Time Lords were a part of it, but Clara died because Clara thought too much like the Doctor because she was human.
Yeah,
and then
Clara
due to her mistake, she died.
Clara, due to her overconfidence, thought that she could be heroic like the Doctor and survive that scenario. But it turned out that she can't because she's human, and that's what made it so compelling.
Here's the thing. I understand why the Doctor would be pissed off at the Time Lords because of his character. I completely understand that. But when you actually look at the events and the cause and effects of everything, they didn't physically go out of their way to kill Clara. They didn't.
Clara just died.
A lot of people are going to remember that.
Clara died as a result of a situation that the Time Lords arranged, and her choices and decisions led to it.
And here's the thing. If Clara didn't do anything, everyone would be alive.
Yep.
So, like, they had the plan in place for the thing to be removed once everything was sorted. So, really, it was actually... It was the reason why everything is the way it is was because of Clara, because she did something that was, like, heroic, sure, but it was stupid.
Yeah, but we also understand why she did it. It's justified, and that's what's great about
it.
it.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Is that she made an informed decision based on the things that she thought she was capable of, but she was overconfident, and that was something that they tied into with something that's actually established about her character, and they used it in a really good way. To tie into the consequence and, you know, her death eventually. And then the aftermath of that is the Doctor suffering as a result of losing his friend, and also it being made even worse by the fact that the situation was the dangerous situation was set up by the Time Lords, and exasperated by the fact that them setting that up ended up with a situation where Clara ended up getting herself dead. And the frustration of that and being upset, on top of all of the other beef that he has with the Time Lords as well, and all their history. So it's a bit more than them just being dicks, you know?
Yeah.
The Doctor holds them accountable for everything that related to Clara's death. Except, isn't this Clara's fault? Of course, the Time Lords was responsible for both the chronologue and getting Clara on that street.
Thumbs up!
But the rest was all her doing. She found out that the chronologue can be exchanged. She made the decision to trade. She made the decision not to tell anyone. Therefore, she is responsible for her death, and she went out knowing this. I mean, wow, was this exchange beautiful. What a send-off.
Yeah.
However, the Doctor just isn't going to have it. It's like River said.
He doesn't like endings.
So since he figured out...
no! What are you doing? What about all the other characters that died or were lost or whatever that ended? What about those?
I always hated how Stephen Moffat would use River Song to exposit things about the Doctor that we didn't know about him. Like how she's like, the Doctor doesn't like endings. The rule 1, the Doctor lies. It's just like, no, stop.
I don't like that being used.
And she's she's like
far future events and then the past.
And she's like, do that. I know this because I'm married to him.
That means I know everything.
That means I know everything about him.
I know everything about this 1,000-year-old creature.
That I was only married to one incarnation of, and had brief encounters with some other ones. In fact, despite the fact that she was married to the 11th Doctor, she didn't see him that much anyway.
Yeah.
Like the only extended...
Remember the line where the River said when she died in the episode where she dies that the 10th Doctor is the youngest She's seen him.
Oh, yep.
Do you remember that?
And then there's Big Finish, and she's met all the other ones.
Shh. Shh.
The thing is, though, sadly, they found a way around it, but it's really stupid because basically what they have to do is each time it happens, both of them have to.
It would.
Each time it happens, both of them have to forget it happened.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't. Now here's where it becomes problematic, though. Is in Husbands of River Song when she brings out her wallet and she has pictures of all of them. That's when it becomes a problem.
Even when you're just looking at, the New Who itself, that poses an issue because did the Doctor give the photos?
And also, how does she know about those other Doctors if she says in Silence in the Library, which just takes place after that episode, you're the youngest I've ever seen you.
The only way you can get around that if she means in person.
It's funny because Stephen Moffat very clearly wanted to do that in Husbands so that he could canonize her Big Finish stories, but by doing that he's caused a problem.
Yeah,
and he's caused a problem because the Big Finish stories went out of their way to wipe memories so that it would fit. But then Moffat making them kind of mean she remembered them. So it's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Also, Timeless Children has made that make no sense as well, because it means that she met Doctors up to that point, but didn't know about the past or the future.
You mean all the other 1,000 incarnations?
Yeah. The thing is that her not knowing...
They call themselves the Doctor.
Her not knowing that the Doctor comes after Smith, yeah, I can probably buy that, but her not knowing that they don't come before Hartnell, nah, we got a problem.
It's really awkward when Joe Martin's Doctor says that they're the Doctor as well. It's really awkward.
Have a police box.
And they're part of the division that was in previous incarnations, not futures.
Yeah. And the division is something unless correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it's ever been mentioned before in any form. It's not like the
Fugitive was the first time it was ever mentioned.
It's not like the Cyber Wars. Like the Cyber Wars have been mentioned in Classic Who and Big Finish, and I believe it was even referenced in New Who at one point, like in Nightmare in Silver and whatnot. But
I think so.
But the division is not that. Anyway.
A power that, if you'll recall, the Doctor has never had access to up until this moment because all the Time Lords were dead at the end of the universe until he saved it in Day of the Doctor 2 years ago in Series 7.
But what about all the other deaths in Classic Who? What all the other people that the Doctor has lost, especially Eirich? That's the biggest example because it's very clear the Fifth Doctor really likes Eirich and really cares about Eirich and wanted to save him. Mm-hmm. This is quite known in terms of how fans' reactions to that moment. It's one of the biggest deaths in Doctor Who. Mm-hmm. So that's quite an impactful moment for the Doctor.
Yeah. So there's other companions that have died under the Doctor's watch as well. Katarina, Sarah Kingdom, Chameleon. In fact, Chameleon's a big one because the Doctor actually has to kill Chameleon. Which I know because I've seen Planet of Fire now. That video is coming soon.
I've also seen Planet of Fire.
Yeah. And also, so. Blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, as I said at the start of this stream, that I probably don't think he's seen Classic Who. That's just my guess, but I wouldn't.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. He certainly hasn't shown any clips from it, has he?
No.
And who was the current companion in 2013? Clara.
Yes.
So the Doctor loses his first companion post-Gallifrey being back at their hands, and just so happens to find himself on their sandy shores right after breaking out of his confession dial, something that is supposed to be paradise for a Time Lord after death, but had been weaponized to extract information from the Doctor. Yeah, I'd say he'd be a little pissed at them. So to move forward from...
Okay, that's like thematically interesting, I guess. But that's not what...
Man, if only they did something with that. Imagine if we had something with Rassilon.
The thing is, the thematic interesting thing is metatextual. It's not something that the Doctor... it's not something that the Doctor would actually have motivation for. The reasons why the Doctor is pissed off isn't because of the themes. I just want to point that out. It's not because coincidentally the person that he was there with when Gallifrey came back is gone right before he comes back to Gallifrey. I don't think that's why he's pissed. I think he's pissed because she's dead. That's all you need.
Yeah. Which is understandable. We understand that.
Yeah.
But with Heaven Sent, it's about avenging her, in a sense. That's what the whole fucking point of the episode.
Also, I don't know if he's making this point, but if he wants to try and make a point that he's more pissed off about her because she was there when it came back, I don't think that's
that's strange. That's strange.
That's a weird justification for caring about someone, I think. It's almost trivial.
From this moment, we see him stomping his foot at the Time Lords, kicking Rassilon off the planet. Fucking awesome. And then
No, it wasn't. It was really cringe and shit.
Yeah, it was like
that whole scene of the shootout is so fucking stupid.
It was like something out of bloody Recess.
Yeah.
It was just like, I'm gonna draw my line in the sand
without the Doctor saying anything other than get off my planet. The fucking soldiers decide, you know what, we're all not going to shoot them.
It was like Recess. It was like, get out of my sandbox. This is mine.
Like, imagine one of them decide, you know what? Yeah, fuck the Doctor. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Yeah. But he knew it would work.
It's like, fucking, I don't care.
He must have known that it was going to work. He was going to convert an entire...
Imagine like, there's a scene where all the guys are like, okay, so Rassilon guys, Rassilon's going to get us to kill the Doctor, and, you know, we all think the Doctor's pretty cool, so when he tells us, let's all shoot around him, and it'd be really, really cool. Imagine they're all shot in the same place. But that's not as cool, is it?
God. What, were they all, like, telepathically linked? That's how the Doctor knew they weren't going to shoot him.
They're all still... Like, that shootout is stupid. It really is. It's not good.
It's weird how they all coincidentally shoot right around his silhouette as well. It's like...
Connor, it's thematically cool.
That's like... It's almost more impressive to do that than to actually hit him. To shoot.
Like, if you're gonna do that, why wouldn't you just have them throw the guns on the floor? That's so much more impactful, I would say. Like, and it makes sense. It makes sense, and it's impactful for Rassilon to be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Pick up the guns."
Oh, I can imagine a scene if Hellbent was a Russell T Davies story with the 10th Doctor, him standing there as the Time Lord Victorious, seeing all these Gallifreyans, and they all drop their guns on the floor. That would be an iconic scene.
And then, with enough power as president of Gallifrey, he convinces the General that Clara, who is dead, has some information about the hybrid that might be of use to Gallifrey.
And they just believe him.
Time Lords
Why would a random person from Earth have information on the hybrid? Is there a reason they give to be like, oh, okay, we believe you?
They FedEx their secrets to the universe. Did you not know that?
Oh, so like, okay, so he doesn't actually mention Clara at all until probably they get into the system, whatever, the room where they bring her back, right? Because in the previous scene, he just says, "Oh, I need to talk to an old friend," and that's it.
Also, how did the Sisterhood of Khan get to Gallifrey? It's never explained.
I don't know. Shut up.
Like in the Magician's Apprentice,
Want to solar fireworks.
In the Magician's Apprentice, we see them on Khan. So how do
No,
they
but they like to watch the fireworks of the Doctor being mad.
Yeah. Did they just like jump through a straw or something?
Yes.
My little straw will drink all the Michelin star sauces. And then she breaks up the speech from Years and Years, where she's like, "It's all your fault."
A device that can extract a person at the end of their life and loop their processes, mainly to gain information from someone who might have died. These were presumably invented during the time.
So, yes, if it was literally just go and, you know, have an interview with someone right before they die, which, to be fair, could make a great comedy episode, But if it was just that, then it would, it might be more feasible. But the fact that you can actually just remove them from time and they're
the thing, do they actually explain that that's the functionality of the system? It can only freeze time of people who have died at the end of their life.
I guess so.
They explain that's what's happened to Clara, but does that mean that it's only function of the machine?
So this concept was done better in Torchwood by Russell T Davies. The very first episode of Torchwood, everything changes. They have this like alien technology that can resurrect people from the dead for like 30 seconds, and then
very briefly, yeah.
And they're basically it's part of like the crime drama element where they say, "Please tell us how you were killed." It's like that's how you find out who was the killer.
No, I'm thinking about it. So hold on. So the afterlife thing from Simon, that was just all superficial, right? It wasn't actually real.
The
I
what?
don't think because okay, so in Torchwood, the guy says there's nothing. After he dies, there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, and then we have later. In Series 8, they like have a whole afterlife thing, and I imagine they just invented that for like the Cybermen just made that. Like,
well,
recently,
it's the Nethersphere is Time Lord technology, and the Master stole it. I think is what they said.
Right.
Yeah.
So surely for that, but that thing exists. Does the Doctor not know about the glove thing, and people get brought back from the dead, and they say, "Oh my god, there's fucking nothing."
Yeah. I don't know.
That's quite interesting. I think the knowledge of the Doctor not knowing that, I don't know if that is an issue or not. But that's interesting to know that that's the thing that we know there isn't an afterlife, and that came out before Series 8.
Yeah, because
way before.
Yeah, because Russell T Davies is a fucking massive atheist. That's why.
But that's quite interesting. I don't think I've never seen anyone talk about that in relation to the so and so afterlife aspect of Series 8.
Yeah, there's also weird things about how like it's implied the Brigadier died in 2011, and then Series 8 takes place in like 2014. So it's like 3 years after his corpse was buried, you can resurrect him. It's like what?
Oh. Wouldn't he just be literally like dust or at that point?
Yeah, like at what point are you? And is the Brigadier's like mind in that sphere, or did they just capture his corpse?
How long does it take for full body to like completely decay after death?
I don't know. It's probably a few weeks. And it depends, really.
Oh. Just seeing.
God, they should do it. Someone should like if you're watching, you should make a meme where it's like that scene in Dark Water where you can hear the dead person saying "Don't cremate me." You just have like the missing Doctor Who episode film cans being like "Don't cremate me."
So apparently, like I'm just looking at a website. So your brain is one of the first things to break down just a few minutes after death. Its cells collapses and releases water. Then the other energy guzzling organs follow.
Mm-hmm.
Most of your tissue will probably liquefy, but thin skin, like your eyelids, could dry out.
That's why when someone dies, you have to close their eyelids.
Mm-hmm. I have a strong feeling if we dug further, we'd find out that the body after 3 years would kind of be non-functional in terms of physical.
It would probably just be a stinky skeleton, to be honest.
Yeah.
The thing is, though,
is that enough to like?
Cybermen,
don't they need a brain?
Well, the Cybermen in Dark Water are just skeletons in suits, aren't they?
True. But aren't those like recently deceased people?
Yeah.
I don't know. They don't really go any further than that. They don't really explain
that doesn't surprise me because it's Stephen.
But imagine like the Doctor goes like, but we've just found out that the brain just like turns to liquid not long after death,
Yeah,
or at least licks
I
water
guess
or whatever.
I guess you do have to take into account that these Cybermen are the ones from Nightmare in Silver. They're not the Lumix Cybermen, so the brain might not be necessary.
True. Well, that's the thing. They just don't explore it.
Yeah.
Which sucks.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, these Cybermen in Dark Water, Death in Heaven are basically just luxury Iron Man zombies, aren't they?
Yes.
But yeah, Torchwood did the thing where you can bring people back from the dead temporarily to ask them, like, who was the killer? What did they do? It's like a really cool sci-fi concept that ties into crime drama. Hellbent does something a bit similar, but it takes it to the extreme where they just, like, there's no time limit. They just get pulled out of time and they can go back whenever they want, which is not good. Also, the difference is like, when they do it in Torchwood, the person often has side effects when they're brought back. Like they there's a whole we didn't actually get to it. It was the very next one that Jake was going to watch. It's called They Keep Killing Susie, and they basically resurrected Susie Costello from the first episode, that the woman who shot herself, and she ends up surviving longer than the limited time. There's some explanation for it. I can't remember what it was. It's been a while since I've seen the episode, but she ends up having to die again because she can't survive the effects of it or whatever. It's like, I can't remember the exact explanation, but it's not like Hellbent because it's not, as powerful. It's not. It's there are consequences to resurrection with Russell T Davies, whereas with Stephen Moffat there really isn't any. In fact, resurrection seems to be almost a heroic gesture in the Moffat era. Whereas, like, in Russell T Davies' Doctor Who, resurrection is often a curse. In fact, that's actually something that the Doctor talks about in The End of Time, where he's like, I've lived too long. It's like, the more times I resurrect myself...
Too long.
The more times I resurrect myself, like, the more I become a problem. It's good writing. For characters. Really good stuff. But Hellbent, no. Anyway.
Time war to get information from dead soldiers about the Daleks' plans of advancing in the war. However, the Doctor's plan...
Well, that's not in the episode. You just invented that. Like, I said that earlier, but that's not really... They don't ever explore it. They never say that's what it's for, which would actually be kind of at least some world building.
That would have been really interesting. If
but then how...
went into that.
That's like a massive, like, advantage, though. Isn't that, like, really, like, a big advantage? To know what the Daleks are going to be doing.
Yeah, it's a big bit of information.
I feel like with that kind of technology, like, it's massive. I feel like you could really turn the tide of the war with that.
Well, to be fair, there are other things that the Dalek... Like, there is a lot of things that the Daleks had in the war that was overpowering.
Sure, yeah.
You think about all the things that the Cult of Skaro were doing. It's a big one. I guess the problem is the TV show leaves up a lot of it up to mystery, and so you don't really know what happened.
Leaves a lot of questions and a lot of holes.
Well, the thing is, it leaves questions now. Now that we get to Hellbent, it leaves questions. Back in Russell's days, it didn't. It left questions, but it wasn't questions that you needed to answer for the plot. But
like, it wasn't like, wait, hold on. It was like they lost the war, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah. This thing in Hellbent opens up wounds of the war and makes you think, well, hang on a second, now the war is in question.
Yeah.
I've said before that Hellbent ruins the entire show top to bottom, and I was right.
Yeah.
Planning on using this for more than just information, because, as it turns out, Clara doesn't know anything about the hybrid. The Doctor wants to use the extraction chamber to save Clara's life. In order to get away with it, he has to steal the General's gun and shoot him with it, triggering a regeneration.
He didn't need to shoot him at all. He really didn't. He could have just, like, held the gun at him and walked out of the room.
It's meant to... The thing is, I've heard Adam Martin say before that he would prefer it if it was like seeing red. But like that's kind of what I think they may have been trying to do, is like he's seeing red and he's just being aggressive. The problem is he hesitates and he says, "Don't take a selfie."
That makes no sense for him to say that in such a high pressure situation. It undermines the entire scene. It really does, because the Doctor isn't taking it seriously.
But Callum,
even though he absolutely should be.
But Callum, it's quirky.
No, it's not. It's cringe and it's shit and it's bad, really bad writing and really bad characterization.
What if this was an 11th Doctor story, and right before he shot the general, he pulled a fish fingers and custard out of his pocket and ate it, or like a jam.
That would also be really bad.
Or he said, "Love from Gallifrey, boys."
No, that would. If he actually said that, that would be so like, wow, you're an absolute arsehole. You're a horrible person, Doctor. Fuck you.
I could
saying that to people that like are like trapped in like in a pocket universe and have had to be like alone for like years and years and years.
Yeah,
since,
like
because of
imagine,
the Time War.
Imagine you break into a prison, that's like, that's locked away. Like it's like a prison that's locked away. You go in and rescue your friend who's in prison, and then shoot their other cellmate for no reason.
God.
That's something that like a comedic action hero would do. Like a
because it would be a comedy, and it would characterize them as like an asshole.
Yeah, I can imagine like a Harrison Ford character doing that. Like the other cellmate's just like, "You gotta save me too," and he's just like, "Shut up," and he shoots him. Or if it was like a scenario where he was making noise and he was trying to escape the cell and he shot him because he was being too loud. That's something but it's not something the Doctor would do. And I don't care if you tell me he's the hybrid. And the thing is like people point to that scene in Face the Raven where he's talking to Ashildra, and he says like, "You're not dealing with the Doctor anymore. You're dealing with me." But it's just like, oh, that's not justification. Telling me that, like, expositing that you're not the Doctor doesn't mean the scene's justified.
Okay, so how do we justify all of this? The Doctor's never done anything like this before.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, it's important to remember that Capaldi is the first in a brand new turbulent regeneration cycle.
What? No, you can't use that as your first example. What the fuck?
Is he gonna go back to because technically in the
is he gonna do William Hartnell?
Yeah,
that doesn't make fucking sense.
That would be hilarious because of the Timeless Children. If he went back to William Hartnell, he's like, William Hartnell was the first.
He still remembers his previous lives. You fuck. The reason he changed was because of the moment with the 10th Doctor.
He doesn't.
Why he looks like this?
He doesn't remember the fires of Pompeii until later.
Fucking what the fuck?
I'm interested to hear his explanation for why he thinks this.
Oh no!
And he's not a perfect Doctor so far. He's made mistakes. And had trouble finding
he's
his
not
identity.
perfect Doctor.
Oh yeah, he makes mistakes. He makes mistakes.
He makes mistakes.
Committing cold-blooded murder.
He just makes mistakes.
Guys,
just makes mistakes.
Cold-blooded murder is a mistake. Do you not know that?
Yeah, it's just look, guys. He just made a mistake.
Look,
like, come on.
This guy would be a terrible lawyer. Imagine him in court being like, "Oh, it's just a mistake."
It's fucking awful. Reason he's like, guys, he made a mistake. He makes mistakes all the time.
Yeah, you know the Time War? That was just a mistake.
Just a mistake.
Yeah, when Sylvester McCoy destroyed Skaro, that was just a mistake. He just went, "Oops."
That was a mistake, guys. A mistake. He didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, imagine if he went back to Hartnell in the caveman story, and then Ian Chesterton stops him belting a caveman with a rock over the head, and he's just like, "Mr. Chesterton, it was just a mistake." My hands slipped.
Guys, come on. He made a mistake. He makes mistakes all the time. Wow, what a fucking incompetent hero that is.
Guys,
Capaldi is constantly making mistakes.
You idiots don't understand. He's a flawed character. He makes mistakes.
And because we say that all the time with the Tempter, that means it's good, right? That means because he's flawed. But no, he's flawed in writing, not in character. There's a difference between being a flawed like person and a very flawed like character.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like his character doesn't work. Not that his person like within the show is flawed.
Yeah.
Identity for his first series. But if we could go back to this moment from Deep Breath.
And however scared you are, Clara, the man you
Wait,
are with
what?
right now.
He was scared?
With. Believe me, he is more scared.
How do you know?
No.
How do you know? How do you know?
No.
You haven't been through that. It's not the same. How? I know that he's obviously been through regeneration before, but how the fuck does he know that? He just predicted his future.
He's scared every time.
He went to Professor Trelawney's class and she looked into the crystal ball and went, "You're going to be scared."
He wanted to be scared in his brand new regeneration and
so-
be old, so he just thought of it.
Yeah, so like
But then in fucking the episode when he finds out why he's got that face, he was thinking of Pompeii. Really weird.
yeah, he's scared, just like God. Jesus Christ. Would you say when you watch the 11th Hour, would you describe Matt Smith as scared?
No, he's just finding his like new foot. He's like putting a new foot into a new shoe in a sense.
I guess the only time he was really scared was when he was handcuffed to that radiation.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't. Well, yeah, and he was also scared for Amy,
Yeah.
for example, in that scene.
But that's
I don't think the only
situational.
person where he's scared in that. I don't know. He was never actually really scared, so I don't even agree.
I'm
No,
just thinking
it's
like,
no.
is it common for a doctor to be scared of their new body in post regeneration
No.
stories? I don't think so. Like John Pertwee
No.
looked in the mirror.
What about the 10th Doctor?
The same thing is John Pertwee looked in the mirror, but he wasn't scared. He was just like, "Oh no, that's not me at all."
He doesn't like it.
and then he
Doesn't
looks
like
again.
how he looks.
But then he looks again and he goes, "Oh, it's quite distinct, actually."
Yeah, no, that moment is actually fucking great.
Yeah,
From that.
and then
I love
the
that.
brigadier's just trying to be like, "What the fuck? Did you get like
What are you
surgery or
doing?"
something?"
Fucking aggressive surgery. He also dyed his hair. He got a new hairline.
Yeah, I don't know how. How does
Look at the 10th Doctor. He was fucking in his element, like finding out who he was. He wasn't
Yeah, yeah.
scared.
Yeah, when
He challenged him to a sword fight.
I know. He was very happy to be who he was.
Why would he know he would be scared? I don't get it.
I don't know.
He just thought about being scared because he thought it'd be, oh, I've never done this before. It'd be interesting.
We're criticizing Stephen Moffat more than the guy now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because, well, he did write the episodes.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
You can right now. And he needs you.
Capaldi is terrified of being alone. Ever since this regeneration cycle
Wait,
started,
that's
Clara
the justification? He's scared of being alone? What about, like, the 50 years he had?
He's so
Well,
scared.
I guess technically he wasn't alone, but he trapped Missy.
He's scared of
like, in the
he's so scared of being alone that he shot someone in cold blood.
Yes.
So that, but the thing is,
He
if
was that hell bent on getting Clara back.
Eh. The only
What a
like,
shit reason.
like, it would be more apt to point to something like Partners in Crime, where Tennant's in his TARDIS, like trying to talk to a companion that's not there, and be like, he's lonely, but he's not scared of being alone. He just wants company. and he realizes that he's done it to himself because of past remarks, like when he said, "I'd rather be alone," because that's what that's what people who suffer illnesses sometimes do, especially the ones that he goes through. But it's not that he's scared of being alone, and I don't see how the Doctor, as the 11th Doctor, would know that was going to happen. I think that's a bit bullshit. In fact, I think it's very bullshit.
He relied on her quite a bit to tell her when he fucked up. Flashback to these exchanges.
Well, that's
clear the
inconsistent
Doctor's
with his
having
character.
difficulty operating as a good person without Clara to fall back on. And
like the cue cards, that's really shit.
The only
it's
reason,
never been a part of the Doctor's character.
The only reason that scene exists is just to be like, the Doctor is socially awkward, doesn't understand humans, so he needs a human to tell him what to say because he doesn't care.
Even though he's been talking to humans for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Like, dude, like his previous regeneration, he was in a town for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
He knows how to talk to people. Like, Jesus Christ.
we remember in Series 8 how Capaldi was kind of a dick to everyone. He had trouble opening up to people,
Not really.
including Clara. She had to put up
He was
with a
a
lot
dick
of his
to,
cheering and bullying.
The other Danny Pink. He was actually kind of
Orson.
reasoning with him.
Orson Pink?
Pink.
Or young Danny Pink, you talking about? Like Rupert.
Well, the astronaut one.
Oh yeah, that's Orson, yeah.
Yeah.
The kid
Like,
is,
he wasn't ever like...
the kid is
Was he ever
Rupert.
rude to him?
No. He was more rude
And
to...
he wasn't really rude to Rupert. He kind of helped him.
Oh, he was great with Rupert. There's that whole scene where he's I don't particularly like the scene because I think it's just sort of trying way too hard to make him like the wizard for all the children. But he has that really funny scene in Listen where he does the "Where's Wally" joke with Rupert. That's quite funny. But no,
Yeah.
but he was real supportive with Rupert actually. And he was,
Yeah, so that's just not what happened. Like, he was kind of like a dick with Clara, kind of, but not like... Just not really on purpose,
it
he?
was mostly just banter, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's just like, "Oh, you're short, and your nose sticks out," or something like that. Well, like,
So the reason he killed the general was because he was a dick. Okay. He's not really talking about how this episode's a masterpiece. He's just kind of talking about the... Yeah.
Callum, you don't understand. The Doctor is a dick because he criticized Clara's makeup. He's a sexist.
Right. That means he would kill someone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he said don't take a selfie, because the General's makeup wasn't on point.
Ah, now it all makes sense.
For lack of a better word, because this is a guy that's been through this song and dance over and over, loving and losing again and again and again. This is him not subjecting himself to that pain anymore. So when he abandons the charade after Death in Heaven, and we see the Series 9 Capaldi,
He still
someone
cared
who has
about
reluctantly
Clara
opened
in
his heart
Series
again,
8.
he's hugging people again, flashback to this, and then the literal second he decides to take those hits again, she dies. This is...
I mean, no. So, hold on. So you're saying that he was never caring of Clara in Series 8 before the finale? Like, affectionately?
It's more so like he wasn't willing to acknowledge the emotional beats, I guess. It's like he was trying to be distant and
I don't know, that's true.
not invest himself in losing people, because he's done it so many times before. And then in Series 9...
You know, it'd be cool if that was said, or like described, or anything, so that can be supported. Because the most you've got is him not hugging someone, then he starts hugging people. That's all you've got.
Well, I guess he's trying to say that the Capaldi's not hugging thing is meant to be he's grown tired of investing himself in people that he's ultimately going to lose, and so he doesn't want to do it again. In Series 8 is kind of the angle he's taking. And that, like, the hug, and for him, like, the hug represents attachment to a person. But that's not really how it's portrayed in Death in Heaven when they explain the meaning behind the hug. Because Stephen Moffat wrote that episode, and he wrote, basically what the hug means is that you can hide your face from someone and you can lie to them. It's more about communication and trust rather than attachment. So I don't think there's any real evidence to say that what he thinks is happening is happening. I don't think his interpretation is built on strong foundations. I think it's just piecing together things that fit his narrative. I still don't think it, even if what he says is true, I still don't think it justifies Hellbent though.
No. Because he's like been very affectionate with other people before. Just because it's not like when you start closing off, but then you're open again. It's not like your range is like bigger. I don't think that's how emotion works. I guess it's not enough justification.
People will try and justify it because he's an alien, so they can do whatever they want with his emotion. It's like, oh, he's a sandbox. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
No.
The thing is, even if he was a sandbox character to some extent, there's things that are established about the Doctor before Capaldi that are there. So there are still things that we know about the Doctor, even if they were created in somewhat of a sandbox.
Devastating. Surely much more devastating than any other companion loss so far.
Why?
Not because Clara is special, which I believe is the public's reception of this stuff, but because this wound cuts much deeper because of Capaldi and everything that his Doctor has been subjected to so far.
What? No.
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 The bloody...
It's like I just said, it's not like the wound is bigger because he closed it.
The 10th Doctor recently, I mean, obviously the 9th Doctor came right before him, but he recently lost his planet and his people and lost someone that he was very close to. And lets go. Not even before the event, not just after, but even before the event, accepts it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't... It's like, at first, Capaldi doesn't hug people because he closes it all off. But then he does hug and opens up. Therefore, the wound will be bigger.
Why? Because he changed his mind recently. And now him changing his mind recently has caused
He's like, oh, yes, now I get all the feelings. I will hug Clara constantly.
I think he's forgetting the fact that it's not all about your perspective. There's the fact that in both series 8 and 9, Clara means a lot to him. Like, in Dark Water, he says, did you think you meant so little to me that betraying me would make a difference, whatever. It's like, it doesn't matter if he's a hugging person or not. He still cares a lot about her. So,
yeah,
I don't get this narrative at all. It's like, in Series 9, it's not that he's cares more about her than he did in Series 8. It's just that he's being more affectionate physically.
Yeah. And I don't see how, like, Clara dying from all of that just turns him. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. And the fact that he said, well, it doesn't mean that Clara's special. I mean, it kind of does, because she's the only companion that is being brought back to life in this way compared to other companions. She is literally being put on a pedestal, given the fact that she was also the impossible girl. There's a lot of other context around that with our perception of Clara.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things don't work with the Doctor bringing back Clara.
I also find it
the
funny
argument he's given is not good and it's not supported.
He's trying to indicate that people's accusation that she's special is non-existent, trying to justify it by giving a different reason for why he cares and why he's affected, rather than addressing why people say they believe that the show puts her on a pedestal. He doesn't acknowledge people's criticisms of Series 7 and how she's put on a pedestal there. He doesn't acknowledge that at all. It's like, if you're going to rebuttal the criticism, you need to address the criticism and what the criticism is. People have said before that one of the things that puts Clara on a pedestal is the impossible girl. And instead of rebuttaling that criticism, he's gone ahead and said, actually, you haven't given reasons for why she's special. I'm going to tell you why the Doctor is affected. More than other situations. And tries to do this whole narrative of, oh, he wasn't affectionate and now he is. And now the blow hits harder because he was affectionate. It's like, that's not how attachment works. You can be very physically distant and awkward with someone but still care about them a lot. It's more of a shift of persona and attitude rather than investment and attachment. I think the Doctor is very attached to Clara by the end of Series 7, and that continues through 8 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Everyone happy so far?
No.
Moving on. The Doctor and Clara
doesn't make
escape
any
to the
sense. You didn't
cloisters,
support it in
presumably
any
Gallifrey's
way.
form of catacombs. It's the database for the Matrix, Gallifrey's storage index, which is the biggest storage index in the universe. Within the Matrix are enemies the Doctor has faced, all attacked and imprisoned by the Matrix.
It's all fanwank. Just gonna point that out there.
How did the Cybermen get there?
Yeah, it does, and also because there's this is very clearly trying to do the thing that the 5 Doctors did. The difference is the 5 Doctors actually explains how they all got there.
Wow, that's neat.
President Barusa reveals to the 5th Doctor, "I put them in here like a game for you." Whereas in Hellbent, it's never explained.
Matrix, as this database is apparently able to physically protect itself from those who attempt to steal information from it. It's a pretty cool concept. And should someone penetrate the Matrix...
Yeah, concept.
Yeah.
Concept.
Yeah,
Let's ignore the execution.
It's a concept that just so happens to have the 3 most iconic villains in the show in it.
Wow, that's so lucky and convenient. It doesn't make any sense.
It's almost like the only way you could justify it is the Matrix is connected to the audience. That's why they appear.
It all makes sense now. Woo.
No,
This is really bad.
This
is really bad.
This scene is poorly executed fan service. I know that,
Yes.
Rachel Tazer has said before it's meant to be a love letter to Doctor Who, but it's not. I'm sorry, you're a great director, but it's not.
It needs to make sense for it to be good fan service.
Yeah, that's what makes that. The thing is, I see. Oh God, people are like, oh, but if you don't like fan service, then why do you like the 5 Doctors? And I'm like, there's a difference. The 5 Doctors is actually a good story.
I mean, imagine the 5 Doctors are an actual consistent story.
Yeah, because Terrence Dicks actually constructed a plot that works, and then the fan service is earned.
Like, the idea that you can't do fan service that makes sense is what? No, it can absolutely make sense. Just because it's fan service doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah, the plot in that story is
You can never have an issue with it making sense. All right?
The way the plot's constructed is Barusa recognizes foes that pop up in the Doctor's life a lot, and so he created a sort of game for him, like a death zone, where it's like, oh yes, I'm gonna bring back old memories for you with all your previous incarnations, companions, and foes. And it was done, the reason, there was motivation for why it was done, and it ties into the plot. This doesn't have any of that. It's just, the Matrix has villains that are iconic, and then it's like played like a haunted house ride.
defenses. Littered around the cloisters are the Cloister Wraiths, creatures wearing Time Lord outfits who attack anyone who attempts to leave the cloisters. And the Doctor and Clara just waltzed right in. Well, how are they gonna get out? It turns out the Doctor knows of a secret trap door that, if you find it unlocked, the Wraiths will allow you to leave. He knows this because he wandered in here as a kid, where the Wraiths told him this information. The newly regenerated General and Ohila from the Sisterhood of Karn stand on the edge of the cloisters, careful not to enter. They try to bargain with the Doctor and Clara and rationalize his decision to save Clara's life. We get some nice moments with Clara, like this one.
Why would you even do that?
Yeah, why would you?
I was dead and gone. Why would you even do that to yourself?
Stuff like this makes me not think this episode is bad because it's not fetishizing the Doctor's decision to save her. They are acknowledging that he is making the wrong choice, with Clara being the voice of...
But no, the issue is that he actually made the choice.
Yeah.
There's nothing for him to actually There's no evidence for him to actually do the choice. It doesn't matter if the episode is like, yes, what he's doing is wrong. I mean, yeah, we know, but you should never make that choice in the first place.
Yeah,
That's the issue.
This would only work if we actually bought that the Doctor would want to do this.
Yeah. And it would still be wrong, but that's the thing. With the Doctor does, and the reason he does what he does in What Was a Mars, it is wrong, his reasoning for it. We know that, but we get and buy that he did it.
There's an explanation for why he does it. We understand how he got to that point, how it slipped.
The Doctor saving Clara, yes, is a mistake. It's also a mistake for him to do that at all. Because it doesn't make sense for him to do it.
It's not justified. That's the problem. It's not justified.
Yeah.
And then also, this scene.
You can't boil it down to the fact that he has a duty of care.
Oh, I hate that line.
You actually really can't, because does that mean he never cared about any other companion? Did he ever feel a duty of care for any of them at all?
I hate that line.
Why Clara?
It's just the character expositing to the audience what their traits are.
And we don't hate it because he's saving Clara. We hate it because he's saving a companion from death that he hasn't ever done before. He has never done anything like this before.
It's an exception.
It's not because it's... Yeah. And it makes us not like Clara because there's a multiple other reasons why Clara has been put on this weird pedestal by Moffat. And this is just the tip of the iceberg in a sense. Like, this is like, oh, you fucking kidding me? You still doing this shit? That's why we don't like Clara.
It's really forced, and they try and indicate these traits in these weird epithets and catchphrases like "I have a duty of care," but it's like, well, what does that mean? Can you please explain?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
But then they fucking make it all about the hybrid, so it's like, oh, so they just had to because it was convenient for this thing. Wow, that's great storytelling. It's not like they made actual choices. It was just weird prophecy.
And doesn't want to be responsible for the destruction of time. However, the Doctor convinces her for a moment and has her distract the Time Lords as he escapes through the hatch to retrieve a TARDIS.
Why is she convinced?
The Doctor now attempts to break out.
I think Clara would be very much against everything the Doctor did.
Oh,
I don't think she could be convinced.
Yeah.
I think she has enough of a character to be very much against the Doctor.
This is an out of character moment to conveniently get them out of the scenario they're in.
The fact that Clara was convinced is really... I don't think I understand she would absolutely hate what the Time Lords did to the Doctor.
Yeah,
but she would be fine with dying. She would absolutely be fine because she knows she made a mistake.
If we look at that scene at the end of Kill the Moon, it's a terrible scene, but if we look at that scene and what it establishes about her, I would imagine here she would walk over to the other sides where the General and the Sisterhood are. She would turn around, look at the Doctor, and refuse. She would stand her ground against him because she disagrees with him. I do not.
Remember why she decided to die? Remember the line of die like I mean it, like Danny did, or her.
Exactly.
There's so many reasons why Clara would be against this.
Yeah, and instead, what she does is she turns around to the Time Lords and waves at them as she disappears.
Bye, because I want to live now.
It's terrible.
She suddenly just decides to be like, hey, I actually want to live now. I've changed my mind.
Yeah. Schizophrenic for no reason. And
because the Doctor cared.
And now we get more fan service. It's like, oh, classic TARDIS. Don't you like it?
What did she think was going to happen? That she was just going to not breathe forever? I don't know. She doesn't know how it works. Weirdly weird.
And also, if she actually did stand ground against him in that moment, it could have made interesting drama.
Interesting conflict. That actually makes sense. Well, kind of, because the Doctor still doesn't make any sense. But at least Clara would be consistent.
For Clara, yeah. At
least Clara would be consistent. That'd be a nice change.
Yeah.
Out of Clara's time, that her heart will start beating again, and they can zoom off for more adventures. However, it doesn't seem to be working as they fly further and further away from Gallifrey, and the Doctor realizes it's not going to work.
What evidence does the Doctor have to think that was going to work? That would break that would break apart time, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If it actually worked. So why did he think it was going to work?
Well, this is the
Do
thing.
you just think, okay, we'll leave, and hopefully that'll work?
Well, this is the thing, is they're trying to say that he's so desperate to still travel with her that he's willing to take that risk and break apart time for her. This is what puts her on a bloody pedestal, though. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, he is
We
willing.
must save Clara.
He is willing to destroy time to save her and travel with her. That puts her on
Because
a
he opened up to
pedestal.
her. Because and this guy's reasoning is because he opened up to her.
Oh my god.
And that's it. That's all the justification we
Has
get.
he not seen series 1? The way the Doctor opened up to his companion?
He was closed off really with Rose at first, and then opened up a lot. Like,
Yeah. What about in?
did you not see the ending?
What about in Amy's Choice when the Doctor has to eat shit and stand there as Amy loves Rory and not him? What about that? That's opening up to a companion.
In that moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Say she literally says, "What's the point of the Doctor if he can't save people?"
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking like, damn,
He's,
Amy.
Like, metaphorically speaking, has massive wounds open,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for his companions.
Amy's Choice is fucking great. Oh yeah.
Much better than Hellbent.
It's fucking this night and day.
Work. The Doctor had retrieved a device called a neural block, and it's used to wipe someone's memory. The Doctor, of course, intends to use it on Clara so that she might be able to live on without him. Really great character moment shenanigans ensue, and the Doctor...
No.
I just want to play that clip from the rant where I say, their entire arc was pointless.
It was pointless.
Run, you clever boy.
Like, I just like... So they... I don't know if the Neurobot was ever invented, but it probably wasn't.
The Neuroblock?
Most just fine. Yeah.
No,
like,
it was invented in this episode.
Yeah. But I'm fine. Just like, there. It's used in a shit scene. So, like, let's actually think about this. What if Clara did actually forget? What do you think would, like, and she was put back where she was. Do they not think... Well, can they actually find her? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. My brain hurts.
Well, if Clara forgot, what would the Doctor do? Would he just travel with a new Clara?
Would he just watch over Clara for the rest of his life? Man, that'd be the ultimate character assassination.
Does he just start over again with a new Clara and then time like folds in on itself? I don't know.
I imagine she would just like drop her off at home.
Or is it like, would he just take her back to her death and that's that, and he remembers it? It's like,
no, I think what the Doctor would do, and I think that's what he's doing here, is Clara will forget. I'll put her back in her life, and she'll live her life. The only issue is that she'll notice that she's not breathing, and they'll be really like, people would find her like, your body's not working. How are you alive?
Yeah.
Like, imagine she just goes for just a random checkup at like a dentist, or not fucking dentist, but like she just goes to the doctors.
Here's the thing.
They'll find that she's not breathing.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense. The only reason the Neuroblock exists is because he wants to do the ending that they did in Journey's End, except the difference is because Clara's a human, she doesn't have the ability to wipe the Doctor's memory of her. So they have to invent a plot device that will. And then Moffat thought But the thing is, Moffat realized that the Doctor wouldn't just willingly forget her like that.
No.
So he had to invent something where it's like, well, it's going to be one of us. And then the twist is like, oh no, I'm forgetting you. But it's just stupid.
And here's the thing, and that's the thing, they boil it down to a chance.
Yep, and it's conveniently
very convenient.
Landed on the one that it landed on the only one where the consequence wouldn't like. Well, I mean, to be fair, either way it's stupid. But like the one where Clara forgets doesn't make sense. The one where the Doctor forgets makes the whole arc pointless. So it's like, pick your poison.
Yeah, because I guarantee you, if Clara was popped back in real life, she would one day get a checkup of the doctors, and shit would go down because they'd be like, "You're not breathing. None of your functions in your body are working. What the fuck are you? Like, shit would go down, I'd imagine.
The thing is, he didn't think about these things.
No. Why would you?
Ah, dear.
He ends up losing his memories. That's how the episode ends. So,
I mean,
what's
no,
bad
there's a
about
little
this
bit
episode?
after. Oh, a lot.
The diner TARDIS. Literally the only thing I have a problem with. With this episode, we really have
That's
to
not
dig
the
for more-
only issue.
There's the car as well.
Yeah. And then there's the whole plot. You
Yeah.
know, that bit.
Also, he hasn't acknowledged the bit at the end where Clara takes the long way around, which is going to endanger, like, time.
She doesn't care. She's not consistent. Why should she care?
Yeah, even though that's something that...
Like, here, and I said this in my video. She can effectively do everything that is possible in the universe and then go and choose to die. She can choose when she dies.
Well, it depends on whether or not her existence would destroy time. But if it... Either way you look at it, it doesn't work. So, like, if her existence doesn't destroy time, she's invincible, does whatever she wants, goes back to her death point.
If we're running on the idea that Moffat's like, no, she can just go on adventures, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's just still bad because she literally can do whatever the hell she wants and then choose to die.
And then if it's destruction of time, it's like, well, now she's doing something. It's like, well, this doesn't make sense.
She's doing something really bad.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense either. It's like the more she travels, the less it makes sense. Because it's like, well,
Yep.
time's going to destroy
It's
it.
either Clara is inconsistent as a character or the rules of time are broken.
And the only reason this exists is because Moffat wanted to do a finale where it's like, them being together destroys time, and that's their toxic relationship. It's like grandiose on that level. And folks, that puts Clara on a pedestal. The fact that them being together and traveling has universe-ending stakes, time-ending stakes to it, is putting her on a pedestal. Because it means that her relationship with the Doctor existing is important enough to destroy everything. I don't see how you...
Yeah, of course. Makes sense. Makes total sense.
I don't see how anyone could deny that. It's established in the episode. And then on top of that, earlier in the bloody episode, she was commenting to the Doctor about why did you do this? And then at the end of the episode goes, actually, I'll take the long way around. And there's no justification for why she changes her mind. She just does it. It's stupid. It's actually stupid. It devalues the whole drama as well. Because the whole motivation for wanting to wipe the Doctor's memory was based around that, but then she just changes her mind anyway. It's like, it's pointless. Utterly, utterly, utterly pointless. Characters' choices and decisions matter. They are essential to justifying events, and Clara makes decisions that are bipolar in this episode on the regular. So, yeah, ridiculous, stupid, not justified.
Or tricky character motivations, which is why I believe people don't like it. On the surface, some of the shit makes literally...
No, it's not about tricky character motivations. It's the fact that they literally don't make sense. The only reason why it subverts your expectations is because it literally doesn't make sense.
Because it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Really no sense, and some of it still doesn't make sense with context. But at large, this episode does not fail.
But, yeah, so thinking about it in context, it doesn't really make sense, but it still works. Shut up.
I hope he... I wonder why. I wonder why he thinks it still works. Is it because of the themes? Is it because of the...
Because it's thematically makes sense.
No, it really doesn't, though.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's deep and meaningful, Callum. It's a deep and meaningful message about people. And it reflects Barack Obama's vision.
The only thing it does recognize is it really jumbled up Clara's exit, and obviously I do believe we got an inferior send-off to Face the Raven. But just because this episode retconned Face the Raven's ending
so you
doesn't
agree
make
that this is
ending
not
bad.
good?
In fact, I really like all the neuroblock stuff, and obviously I've spoken on how important I think it is that the Doctor breaks his own rules, and more importantly, realizes that breaking them was wrong, which is drama we definitely didn't get in Face the Raven. And if
why would we get it in Face the Raven? Oh god, this is what all these reasonings are all fucking muddled together. They don't make any sense with each other. I'm baffled. Like the neuroblock stuff is shite.
It's so stupid.
Why do we think that what the Doctor did was wrong? And why do we say that he broke his code? Man. It's almost as if it doesn't make any sense for him to do it.
Yeah, but Callan, the how and the why, it doesn't matter. It's all about the what, and it's about the themes. Can you press play? I'm lying down.
of course, TARDIS Diner. This is really dumb. I wish Clara actually died. But, like, the rest of this episode...
Yeah, I do too.
General,
wow. Okay.
I don't know what was so funny about that line, but just in a vacuum...
I just wish Clara died.
I just wish Clara died.
But surely then, that alone fucks the whole episode for him. Surely
that means that it's not a subversive masterpiece pro-line video essay.
So he lied.
Yeah.
He clickbaited us.
Yeah.
This is stupid. This is really bad video.
You cannot say it's a
because it doesn't even work with it doesn't even work with his title. It doesn't actually work with what he said because it fucking should destroy everything about the episode.
You cannot say it's a subversive masterpiece and then go on to say, in context it doesn't make sense, and I wish she was dead, and it's inferior to Face the Raven. You can't say that. If I were to call something a subversive masterpiece, those caveats would not exist. If I was to call something a subversive masterpiece, it would make sense, wouldn't it? It would.
Yeah.
It would work, and it would be compelling, and it wouldn't be inferior to something that came before. Bloody hell. Continue.
At Rassilon, all that, perfectly acceptable. And some of it is downright great in my eyes. I can see why people don't like it, but this is...
I like how he's gone from subversive masterpiece to perfectly acceptable.
But it's perfectly acceptable. You know, it's perfectly just acceptable.
Yeah, perfectly acceptable.
Even though it isn't.
Perfectly acceptable. 6 out of 10. Subversive masterpiece.
Yeah.
6
Well,
out of 10.
passable, yeah, like a passable grade is like a C. There's still a lot of issues with someone who gets a C with their work.
A C is not a masterpiece. I'm sorry, it's not.
No.
A masterpiece,
fucking an A isn't a masterpiece.
Bloody A+ or a high distinction is a masterpiece.
Masterpieces are like 9 out of 10s, and even then there are a couple of issues.
Not a failure in its writing pillar in the slightest.
Even though you said it was. Even though you literally just said it was. You fucking idiot.
Yeah. This is a definite video A assist.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I can't speak anymore. Ah.
Oh my god.
But I don't know why he thinks the Rassilon thing works at all when literally like it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't make any sense for the guys to just shoot around the Doctor anyway, and then side the Doctor just what? No. Because he was a Doctor of War. He's unarmed. That means we'll side with him. We were also fighting with him conveniently.
But he drank soup.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't even talk about like how like the person that was in the bar could have been his mum. He never talked. He literally just talked about, hey, he kicked Russell on off, and now he got Clara back. That makes sense.
He
Let's
never
not talk about the
even
other stuff.
addressed Ashilda's role in the episode.
No, he actually didn't.
That's like Ashilda is like an important element that of both Face the Raven and Hellbent, and they're like
He didn't talk about the hybrid except for like once, maybe.
The hybrid, the literal climax of the story in the series is all about the hybrid. He didn't even talk about it.
No, why would you? It's perfect, perfectly acceptable.
Perfectly acceptable. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Alright, now, yeah, we'll probably
Is it
be
even
like,
a
yeah,
question where Hellbent falls in terms of cinematography? I mean, this shot ranks number 2 in my top 10 favorite shots of all time for a reason.
Yeah, it's nice.
And the whole episode shares this treatment.
I just
Why?
wish all these shots were in a different
Rachel
episode.
Talalay. Literally every single episode she's directed stands out as some of the most inventive, colorful, and unique episodes ever.
I have to say, I do think some of the editing in Death in Heaven is a bit shit, and also some of the lighting in The Doctor Falls doesn't work. I do have a few criticisms of Talalay's work, but you're right. In Series 9, yes. Series 9 is her best work. Her direction in Heaven Sent and Hellbent is pretty top tier. But the problem I'm having so far with him talking about the cinematography is all he's saying is it looks stylish. There's more to direction than stylish look. Like, you need to actually...
and direction also isn't just the... direction is like all other stuff. The cinematography can tell you a lot about the story and the writing as well.
When we talked about Rise of the Cybermen and the Age of Steel in that EDAR we did a few weeks ago, we talked about Graham Harper's direction and how the shots tell a story. How they portray characterization or plot or beats or even atmosphere. Like, we talked about how the direction tells a story. The problem is here, what he's doing is just saying it looks nice, it looks artistic, it's stylish, which is just looking at the surface level, like, you know, appeal of the direction as opposed to the storytelling.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing with Hellbent, is it is pretty, but because the writing is kind of dog shit.
I think a lot of people say, like, I think it is very pretty. I think a lot of people say because it's a different color grading and it's like, oh, it's a lot more interesting to look at.
Well, you could say that about the bloody Timeless Children, because that's got different color grading.
Yeah, but that's but I feel like that's more harsh in color. It's a lot more ugly.
It's very saturated, yeah.
Yeah. It's also a shit episode too.
It looks like someone urinated on the film or something.
Yeah.
Ever, with heavy emphasis on lighting, framing, and scale. She clearly knows her way around cameras, and need I remind you, she's the brilliant mind behind every single frame of Heaven Sent, the best episode. I honestly think I can leave it right there. Here, let's do a real quick montage.
You said it was nice and cool.
So the one thing about Hellbent that you could actually say some positive things about, you said
spent like 30 seconds on it.
Fuck all. You talked about nothing.
He said that the framing, the lighting wasn't good.
Okay,
he didn't really go any further than that.
Let's be constructive. If I was praising Hellbent's direction, the scene where the Doctor says, "I want to visit our old friend," and then it does a slow dissolve and then pan over to the Raven hitting her. That's a nice transition. It's building anticipation for what you just heard him say and being like, what does he mean by old friend? And then it slowly reveals that it's Clara standing there in the trap street. That's good. That's a really effective bit of direction for anticipation. He could have said that. There's probably a whole bunch of other things he could have said, but no. It looks pretty. It looks pretty. It's stylish, and it looks like Heaven Sent. So there you go. Reference.
Montage to end this film.
Wait, what is he talking about now?
He's just doing a showcase of the direction, I think.
Oh, okay. I'd say maybe like lower the volume because of copyright, because the music is fucking loud.
Maybe.
I'm just not gonna lower it because it's very loud as well. Yes, these very pretty shots.
Yeah.
It is very red and very blue. So yeah, that shot looks great, but it's because of the lighting. It's just a pretty shot. It doesn't tell us anything, really.
It's not like about the substance. It's just the setting.
It
really.
looks cool.
Yeah. And that's kind of the thing is like him saying this. It's kind of an insult to Rachel Talalay as well, because she's so much more than just pretty shots.
I imagine she like puts a lot of meaning behind these shots and why she chose them.
If anyone watching wants to see an actual good review of her direction, there's a video on Mr. TARDIS Reviews channel where he does a shot by shot analysis of Heaven Sent, and he explains the storytelling brilliance behind the shots in that episode. That is how you review direction, not this.
Yeah, don't do this. Don't just say, hey, look, it's cool.
Okay, thank God that's over. Okay, now this is a tough one. The acting is... It's hard to pinpoint, but the thing with the acting is, it's not that the performers are putting in bad performances. They're not. They're actually trying really hard. But the problem I have with the acting is that because the storytelling is so disconnected, it means that all they're doing is accurately portraying the writing, yes, but what they're doing is they're, in some ways, they're actually making it worse, because what they're doing is they're amplifying the problems with the characterization. And that's my issue with the acting in Hellbent. It's not the performers, it's the fact that they're portraying writing for their characters that's bad, really, is what it is. I don't blame Peter Capaldi and Jenna Coleman for it, though. I do.
Oh,
think
yeah,
it's a Moffat problem, but like I think I guess you could say like on their end, execution in terms of performance, yes, it's very strong, but the actual performances don't help the characterization. In fact, they actually worsen it because of the way they lean into the problems, if that makes sense. Like they're not phoning it in at all. They're trying really hard to make great TV and great performances, but yeah. We'll have to wait. I guess we'll have to wait and see what he says about it.
Doctor Who always excels at acting. To rephrase what I said...
Well,
not really.
Not always.
I mean, earlier in this video, you brought up Fear Her, which has some very interesting acting.
It has some fucking abysmal acting. The mum especially, fucking hell.
Bloody some of the child actors, like in The Forest of Night.
Oh boy. You know what has some really fucking great child acting? Hill House.
Oh yeah.
11 Hour, actually, yeah, that's pretty true. But Hill House, I'm starting to rewatch it because
I think Caitlin Blackwood's probably one of the best child actors in Doctor Who.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I'm rewatching Hill House because the guy who made it, Mike Flanagan, who made Hill House and Blind Manor, his new show is coming out next month called, I think, what's it called? Midnight Mass, I think it's called. Let me just check. Yeah, Midnight Mass. I saw the trailer the other day. It looks pretty fucking cool. But the child acting in Hill House and Blind Manor, they're fucking exceptional. Like, there's like the youngest girl in Hill House is probably the best actress out of the kids. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'll actually show you a clip on her later, just a little bit, because I want to watch it with you at some point and do videos on it because it's fucking great. But there's one bit.
You know who's a great child actor? Bloody
he was
in Doctor Who, maybe even better than Caitlin Blackwood, is Thomas Brodie Sangster in Human Nature, Family of Blood. As the kid in that one, he's great. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
But yeah, the acting from the children is just fucking incredible, and it makes me like, yeah, if you direct them rightly and get ones that are just relatively decent, you can have some really good child actors.
Yeah. Oh, bloody!
So
we've talked at length about Jack Gleason before as Joffrey. That's probably the best
Yep.
child acting I've ever seen.
Yeah, someone who's like particularly very young compared to
Cyrillian,
the other actors.
bring me his head. The fact that he was able to match the intensity of Charles' dance in a scene was ridiculous. Oh, amazing actor he is. But yeah, no, Doctor Who hasn't always been great acting. There's a few.
Even
cracks.
a lot of adults are not great.
Anyway,
My first video as Doctor Who is a big fucking deal. If you, a British actor, get an invitation onto Doctor Who, you would legitimately freak the fuck out.
also I just want to say, Donald Sumpter is a great actor, but his performance in Hellbent is not good.
No.
It's not his fault.
Do
it's-
teenagers count as child actors? I would say they do because they're not adults.
Yeah, if you're under 18, I think they count.
I would say it's more willing to say that they should be good than people who are around like 10, but they're still a child.
Yeah,
in a sense.
my criticism of Donald Sumter's performance isn't his acting ability. I think he was just miscast. Like, his performance as Maester Lewin is great. Because he was actually cast in a role he suits. But his performance as Rassilon, no.
I would at least. So once you get on that set, you better believe every single cast member is giving it their all, and everyone here is great.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really like the new Rassilon they got for this.
There's a couple of
Obviously,
bad
they
actors
couldn't
in
get
this
Timothy Dalton
episode.
again, so given the circumstances, this works really well.
Oh yeah, speaking of...
Most of the side characters are
Speaking
kind
of wasted actors, bloody Tiana Miller is in this episode.
Yeah. Who's also in Bly Manor is fucking great.
Yeah, and Years and Years.
Yeah. She's fucking amazing actress and she's completely wasted. That's the thing. When we originally saw this, like, we all originally saw this, so I think we all remember where we were. But we were all like, on her. Like, we just didn't really care. But then when we saw Years and Years, and then when I saw Bly Manor, then we got pissed because we realized, oh, she's actually fucking great. Oh.
Imagine that scene at the end in Years and Years episode 6 when she sees Stephen in the office, and imagine if she went up to him and said, "Dear Lord, how do you cope with all that ego?"
Well, that would be if Moffat wrote Years and Years. It'd be a lot. It would be bad. Years and Years would be bad if Moffat wrote it. I'm just saying.
If Years and Years was written by Moffat, like bloody the Joan Redfern actress would let out a tear and all the children would sing and Trump would explode into flames. And bloody Victor would say, "When there's tears, there's hope." And then Danny would come back to life as a Cyberman.
But obviously the heart and soul of this episode are the performances of Peter Capaldi and Jenna Coleman. And listen, I always have good things to say about Capaldi, and yes, of course, he's incredible here. But I'd like to draw everyone's attention to how incredible Jenna Coleman is right now. That was some damn good acting, and the chemistry these two have is undeniable. We have tons of great banter and emotional moments.
Are you actually going to talk about why they're great, or are you just going to tell us that they're great?
They are good actors.
Good
acting.
Like, I know that they're great actors, but if you're going to do a review, like, aren't you going to justify that? Aren't you going to actually explain what is great?
Yeah, explain like why the moment, how they manage to display certain emotions and how they do that well.
Articulate their acting rather than just be like, "Damn, that's some really good acting." It's like the way he's reacting to the acting. It's like he's just eating a sandwich. He's like, "Damn, that's a good sandwich."
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moments and the correct story, the Doctor losing his memories, that is, works incredibly well. Mainly because these two actors are amazing. This exchange, man, amazing. No other words for it. Jenna went out.
I would like you to use more words, please.
If we just talking about my personal response to the episode, it's funny because rather than being emotionally invested in when Capaldi falls over in the scene, I just laugh because it looks so funny. He just passes out, and that's why.
I know it looks.
It's used as a gif now. It's like a meme. He just falls over.
It's,
And the thing is, like, I wouldn't find that so funny if the scene was actually well written and well characterized. Their performances are wasted resources, as well as Rachel Chile's direction, because the storytelling is all disjointed and discombobulated.
With a bang, and this is without a shred of a doubt her best performance in the show. And yeah, Capaldi.
I don't know about that.
I'm trying to think which one would be better.
I think
I think there would be one better, maybe.
I think she's great in Face the Raven. I think she's great. Her acting, maybe characterization is iffy, but her acting in Dark Water is really strong, especially at the start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is actually, yeah.
Whilst it's a different tone, I think Jenna Coleman does a really good job in Flatline.
Yep.
I don't think any of her Series 7 performances would be up there, though, because she wasn't as experienced then.
No. Well, she didn't really get enough material to work with.
I think also as an actress, she got better when performing with Peter Capaldi.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. No, I would say probably Face the Raven's her best performance.
Yeah, I actually agree.
Yeah.
He is amazing. I mean, did anyone have any doubts? He plays deeply enraged so well. And look at this. Look at this face.
Well, actually, I know it happened after, but I don't think his performance in Return of Dr. Mysterio is that good. I think he's kind of phones that one in.
Yeah, kind of.
And, like, yes, he does
I mean, the last scene is kind of alright, but yeah, mostly he's phoned in.
Yeah. Yeah, like, this is all his analysis is. He's just, Peter Capaldi portrays deep enraged.
It is good. And it is good. Good.
Peter Capaldi knows how to portray anger.
I mean, yeah, look, right now, in this frame, yeah, he is acting very well.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest, I think Capaldi was better in the Suicide Squad than Hellbent. I'm going to say it. I think he looked like he was having a fucking great time in the Suicide Squad.
I think he has a lot of better performances in Doctor Who than Hellbent.
Yeah, I agree.
I think his performance in The Fires of Pompeii is better than Hellbent.
Ooh, I would agree.
Apparently he's great in Torchwood Children of Earth as well, but I haven't seen that.
That also doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Anyway.
Face proves I wasn't reaching with my analysis of Capaldi's character motivations in the scene earlier. He just knows, man. He knows how to play his doctor, and he fucking kills it, man. Like, it's amazing. A lot of 12's complexion through his tenure is fed to us not in the script, but in Capaldi's mannerisms.
Oh, wow. So it's not justified? Wow. It's not in the script at all? Man, that's interesting. You say that.
Yeah, whereas, like, the 10th Doctor is the script and the mannerisms.
Yeah, it's almost if you can do both, and you should do both.
So, like, a perfect scene to sum that up, where you can tell things about his characterization without him saying words, is Martha's exit scene in Last of the Time Lords. He says very little things, but his expressions and reactions to her words tell you a lot about his character. And that's something that's in the script, and it's in the performance too.
Yeah.
How amazing is that? I love that. Like here. In the pilot, the Doctor is about to wipe Bill's mind.
We knew it.
This.
We referenced he was going to say this.
Just imagine how it would feel if someone did this to you.
That he's remembering Clara in some subconscious somewhere. He
I don't know why
remembers.
that made me laugh.
That means that all of this did have a purpose. I mean, really, how do you get this far with a facial expression? Ladies and gentlemen, Capaldi, my favorite doctor.
Because there's a reference to previous events.
Reference. Like, think about it though. He forgot. Well, he knows that he forgot someone. He knows he forgot Clara. So. But it's like, here's the thing, though.
There's a better version of this scene.
Do you think he's going to mention Twice Upon a Time at the end?
Maybe.
Do you think he's going to?
Maybe, but there's a better version of this scene. It's a scene in The Runaway Bride when Donna mentions something about something very sensitive, and it relates to the fact that he's just lost Rose, and he gives her a very sour look, and his reaction is because of that. And it's basically
because it's fresh off it. He's fresh off losing Rose. Like he lost Rose like at least 10 hours ago, maybe a bit more.
Yeah. So that does a very similar thing to this, but it's actually earned.
God damn.
God
damn, it's so good.
Okay.
Yes, the music is good. It always is good.
Alright, Murray Gold is back for Hellbent, and we have a few tracks to look at here. The tracks that make up this episode are Back Home, The General's Regeneration, A Duty of Care, Clara's Diner, and both Face the Raven and, of course, A Good Man return to feature in this episode.
Do you notice he's doing this a lot?
Murray Gold always does.
With, like, the editing, like, there are some frames where, like, they're, like, normal, but then it's like this. Why is he doing that?
He's probably ripped them from different sources, and then the ones where...
Why not just get the whole episode?
I don't know. But in the ones where he's ripped it from a different source, he hasn't cropped it in. He's just put a border around it.
Yeah. Just get the whole episode. It's not hard. It really isn't that hard.
Spectacular stuff. Really couldn't think of any other tracks scoring Gallifrey. Most of these are a mesh of This Is Gallifrey, obviously, and like some Heaven Sent mannerisms, which is good. These tracks are great.
Well,
of course,
it's the
my
last
favorite
episode,
being
so
Face
you'd
the
imagine
Raven.
so.
There's a reason they brought it back for this episode. It's a terrific and sad piece. And then we have Clara's Diner, which is what the Doctor plays in the diner to Clara in the episode. I really hope that's actually Peter Capaldi playing that, because the dude actually plays guitar.
But I don't know.
I really hope
Maybe
it is. I'm going to be really upset if it isn't. But yeah, a nice bunch of songs here. I really have no complaints. All right, now that we've covered everything.
He literally
didn't talk about anything.
He just told us what the songs were. He just gave us a track list.
Like, unironically, mate, if you want to do video essays, you got to do more than just say there were music and I liked it. We got absolutely nothing from that 15-second segment. There was absolutely nothing to be said.
There's more said about what's in music in like 30-second TV adverts for like Now CDs than this essay. He literally just gave us a track listing and said it was good. That's it. He just said it was good.
That's all he said.
Oh my god. This is so frustrating.
When you want to do stuff like this, you have to go a little bit more in depth than I liked it. How does this have anything to do with the title?
What exactly did Hellbent get wrong?
All of it.
Everything.
Everything, basically in the writing.
You haven't explained anything with any justification. And even with the good stuff, that is the direction, the acting, and the music, you just said you liked it.
He also said, like, what's wrong with it, despite the fact that early in the video he said there are things that are wrong with it.
You literally said that Clara's death is worse than Face the Raven's Clara death.
And you said
that is literally something wrong.
And
you pointed out.
And he said that parts of it don't make sense.
In context.
Mm-hmm.
If we just ignore the context, it makes sense.
Oh my god. silly video.
Yes.
Why?
TARDIS Diner.
Well, that was shit.
That was a really, really poorly made video.
That was really, really, really bad.
Yeah. He didn't even.
So the only thing he said, he literally said that the Clara death was worse than the Face the Raven one.
Did he even say the word subversive masterpiece in the video at all?
No.
So it was clickbait.
Clickbait title. I'm glad we watched this. Fucking hell. That was an awful video.
Oh my god.
Acting good, direction good, music good. Also, the Doctor, yes, what he did was a mistake. I'm not going to justify him making a mistake. He closed off against Clara, but then he opened up, and that made a bigger wound. Yeah.
The Doctor, yeah, he's basically just saying the Doctor is emotionally sensitive and makes mistakes. That's all he said. Oh my god.
Maybe it's a she. I don't know. Looking at that picture, not sure. Sorry if I got your pronouns wrong. I'm sorry, but I was just going off what I heard on the voice. But yeah, no, that didn't work. That was something. That was something. Oh, I'm exhausted after that.
I'm just confused.
You know, I'm actually quite disappointed because I was really expecting like some massive pretentious take, like something that Samuel Davis would do.
It was at first. It was pretentious at first, but then it just kind of...
But I was really expecting something proper like, oh, I went to a private school. I understand themes. You don't, bitch. I was expecting something
Yeah,
like
I really was expecting that, and then it was just... We expected like that, but then we got like an empty shell.
It was just super generic, like the Doctor is flawed and makes mistakes and is emotional.
Yeah,
and cares.
it was very generic.
Also, pretty shots, pretty music, pretty actors.
The editing also wasn't very good.
No, there was lots of flash cuts and
and
also in terms of like show's continuity, they haven't acknowledged things that impact the stuff. They haven't acknowledged things from the show's past that actually count.
He wrote for the episode at one point with the thing.
Yeah. And also,
so overall, just not a very good video.
Cool concepts.
Concepts are cool.
How disappointing, Mr. Potter. They've even got like their end card things placed wrong. Like they've got the look.
I don't know if that's Watch Together's fault.
Maybe
sure.
It is.
No, even on the video, it's not good. It's wrong.
Sort out your end cards, mate.
So yeah, think what this guy needs to do for future videos. Try and go a bit more in depth with the music and the acting, if that's what you want to focus on. And try and support the arguments that you put forth with actual evidence other than the Doctor lies or the Doctor makes mistakes. But here's the thing, you originally can't do it with this because there's no evidence for the Doctor to be obsessed with Clara to an extreme.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to support that.
They never explain it. They just say that the Doctor is sensitive.
Hybrid. He didn't even mention the fucking hybrid reveal.
Yeah, it's like the crux of the whole bloody story is the hybrid.
Well, yeah, they explain it that's the reason why the Doctor did what he did. Because it was like a prophecy.
In one of their favourite scenes in the episode that they mentioned, right? The Doctor says, "I became the hybrid." That's one of the biggest lines of dialogue in that scene. That is important. And they don't mention it. It's like, well, how do you brush over the hybrid? It's such a crucial part to the story, to the series. And in the previous episode, there's a suggestion from the Doctor that part of the reason why he ran away from Gallifrey in the first place is because he was scared of the hybrid, and it's implied that his relationship with Clara is how the hybrid is manifested, which suggests that Clara is again put on a pedestal. Her involvement in the Doctor's life is one of the reasons why he left Gallifrey. It's such a retcon on the Doctor's lore, and it's like, well, how is this justified? Well, it's not. It's just not justified at all. It's just I hate it. Scum episode. Bad. Yeah.
Do better next time.
Please. Right, so I'm just gonna get the second video ready.
Yay. Now we can cringe at other opinions.
Yeah, I like cringe is necessary. It's a very
Cringe is always necessary.
It's a natural part of life. When will people be right about Hellbent? It'll be when the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, as Mary Masbut-Dua would say.
Hope is like the sun.
What's that quote from again? Is that Star Wars?
Yeah, that's Holdo.
I thought so. And I'm like, well, which sun? Which one are you talking about?
I also hope isn't like the sun. Hope can be in every point in time. Okay.
Yeah, shush, it's the themes.
Oh yeah.
Right. God. Okay, so this video was sent to us by Isaac, and this is on his channel, so like he's gonna be reading out the takes.
Right.
So yeah, this is from a Doctor Who episode guide book, and apparently it reads out like Doctor Who opinions.
I'm imagining
episodes.
when it gets to like 10th Doctor opinions, I imagine that will be when we are the most frustrated.
Yeah, probably. Because
it's the same thing every time.
It's also the takes people have are the most wild as well. Whereas like
Doctor is racist.
Like for example, if someone like for example, I'll be like, oh yes, the Ark in Space is a masterpiece, and someone's like, yeah, but the special effects, there's bubble wrap, and I'll be like, oh, okay, well, sorry about it. Whereas like with the 10th Doctor, it's just like, no, he's a dick to Martha.
Rose is an asshole.
Yeah. Space Jesus. I'm going to be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Entertain, please. Entertain.
Da 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 da. That's how I entertain people. Yeah, that video was bad. Didn't convince me at all that Hellbent was any good. If anything, it just made me explore it more and then made me think of things that could be potential issues. So yeah, I don't think that was a very good video. I think there was a lot of stuff that could have been, well, explained. That would be nice. You know? But hey ho. It's not perfect. No one's perfect. But I just expect a better video. I expect that it also was very badly edited in terms of just going from shot to shot. So that was nice. Yeah, just I wish it was good. That'd been great. Yeah, I imagine this is going to piss me off as I wait for Connor. And I have to go so hard entertaining Trout. I can't do it. I'm just all alone. Yeah. I'm all alone. No one's here. What's that song from? Some Shrek that Donkey singers, I think. I can't remember. Imagine like, this 30-minute video. This is gonna be a bit of a chunker. How long have we been live for? Like 3 hours?
If anyone was looking for some stuff, then all they'd have to do is be to follow the spiders. Yeah, that'll sound right.
I don't like spiders. They're hairy, sticky, and irritating, and they get everywhere.
That was not what I expected. That's why it's a subversive masterpiece.
Yes.
Anyway,
Flat 10 out of 10.
Anyway, let's begin our second video. He's one of the subscribers as well, by the way.
And we really like to be vocal with them
Okay.
online, don't we? You've got the unreasonable opinions, you've got the reasonable opinions, you've got the idiots who think that the current iteration of Doctor Who is a white man hating agenda programme. Go outside more, please. But you've also got...
What are you trying to say? Bolstrak doesn't have a tan? How do you know?
I'm sure. Here's the thing. I'm sure they go outside. I never like when people say, "Oh, go and touch grass." It's like, I think I mean, they have to go outside. Yeah. So they don't spend all day inside.
Bolstrak.
That's what they say. But everyone says about MauLer because he just released a fucking 4-hour video on Black Widow, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, do you never go outside and touch grass?" It's like, okay. Like these are like here's the thing. They've got fucking awful arguments. Like Bolstrak, like the video we watched from like last year or whatever. Fucking awful video.
Well,
I'm sure he has a life
well,
though.
the thing is
I'm sure he does live a life.
And also, to be fair, in the last year or two, it's actually quite an insensitive thing to tell someone to go outside when that could actually, like, you know, be a hazard.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, no, I'm sure Bolstrak goes outside to fuck his dog. Anyway,
I'm sure he pays for stuff, and you know,
yeah,
does the shit. He's just really bad at critiquing Doctor Who. That's all.
he doesn't want to go outside because he doesn't want to be reminded that women exist.
What? Women exist? Oh my god.
This Doctor Who, the episode guide by Mark Campbell. Some of you might not be aware of this book, and if
I'm
you
not.
are, please let me know in the comments.
I'm not
dying to
either.
know. Now, this book is a episode-by-episode guide, as it says in the title, of every Doctor Who story. Now, this edition of the book goes up to, I think, hold on. Yeah, this goes up to the end of time, so yeah, we're 11 years outdated, but I think it might be quite.
All right, so we're not getting any post end of time opinions.
Well, I'm kind
which
of
I think
glad.
would be nice difference for a change.
I'm kind of glad because I'm sick of talking about Moffat for tonight. Jesus Christ. Unless, of course, they're one of those people that come out and say, actually, the girl in the fireplace is Nancy. Yeah, it's this thing that was like pre-2010 Moffat was actually great.
I know.
I haven't seen Press Gang, but I've heard it's a very good show.
Once we got to 2011, it's just, oh god, oh my god, Moffat, what are you doing?
Well, the first series of Sherlock was 2010, but apparently I think people say that's the best one, even though I wasn't a fan of what I saw. Yeah, anyway.
That are said in this book because they're quite interesting. In fact, I have referenced this book, I think, a few times on.
Or actually, I will say though, Moffat did do something in before 2010 that I really didn't like, and that was changing the end of the Doctor's daughter. That was a terrible decision. Having Jenny like come back to life, that was so dumb, and it completely undermined the impact of the Doctor's character in that episode.
Yes.
And then also like he also changed the end of New Earth as well. Like originally, the Doctor was meant to sacrifice the humans, and it was meant to be quite tragic. But then Moffat's like, no, just it doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense.
Pass it on.
Pass it on. I mean, to be fair, it's quite a funny, like, enjoyable moment because of the acting. But like,
pass it on.
He just magically mixes together all of the medicines and has them touch each other, and they come back to life. And that was Stephen Moffat's idea.
On my Twitter by saying how bizarre they are, but yeah, I think they'll be really interesting to take a look at. Now, I know there is a version, which I think I used to own, but I don't anymore, of this book that goes up to, I think, the end of Series 5, The Big Bang. But I don't have that anymore, and I can't find it anywhere, so I'm going to have to do with the first version I got, which goes up to the end of time. Now, as far as I'm aware, Mark Campbell did do another updated edition of the Doctor episode guide. I think he went up to the end of Series 6. I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But also, yeah, I don't have that version either. So, unfortunately, the 11th, 12th, and 13th Doctors, any opinions on those episodes are not covered in
So it's all good. I'm actually happy we're doing this, because this continuity guide, whatever it is, will only cover the section of the show that I really, really like. So I'm probably, for the most part, I'm probably going to be on the defense for all of this, apart from maybe some exceptions. So I'll be able to, because in the previous video I was talking about something that I really don't like, Hellbent, and in this one I'll be able to talk about things that I, for the most part, really like. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
because he didn't get that far. So yeah, and now just before we dive in, let's just take a look at who Mark Campbell is. It doesn't really say who he is, but this is apparently the 5th edition of my Pocket Essential Guide. They've all come a long way since 2000, when I expressed the rather strong opinion that Doctor Who would never return to television and that we should all just get on with our lives. Well, that was wrong, wasn't it?
very wrong.
If Doctor Who is not the most popular thing on telly, I'd like to know what is. Even Young Butch of the Year doesn't come close to matching it, and Hole in the Wall might as well sit in a corner and cry.
I don't think Doctor Who has ever been the most popular thing on telly, even at its peak. Like, you know, soap opera dramas were always more popular.
It was like at its peak during Series 4. It was very popular. But
also,
the most popular thing, no.
During Dalek Mania and the Tom Baker years, it was very popular, but I don't think it was ever the most popular thing on TV.
No.
I guess there were big moments that surprised us, like in 2006 when Doomsday was featured on the Radio Times more than the FIFA World Cup final. Like, it was more talked about at water coolers, but that's more to do with the fact that the FIFA World Cup final that year apparently was quite a snooze, whereas like Doomsday was very popular. Seems like on Twitter these days it's not, but you know, there you go. Because apparently crying is cringe.
Cringe! Really interesting. It is debatable whether Doctor Who has become almost too popular. BBC Christmas schedules.
I don't think that's ever been a thing.
By that skinny tenant bloke, even to the extent of him introducing his own ruddy show. How mad is that? And that TARDIS sleigh item was fun, but by the end of the year I was sort of glad to never see it again. He had high hopes for Matt Smith, thank goodness. But yeah, the opinions in this book are, as you're going to see, interesting to say the least.
Looking forward to
I thought it might be fun just to have a light-hearted look at what these opinions say on certain Doctor Who episodes. I'm not going to read it all in order because I do have a life. But yeah, and I just want to say I don't hold any, even though I'm responding to a few of the opinions in this book, I don't hold any Mark Campbell any hate.
I just want to make a comment. Nothing against you, Isaac, but can you please not just have the Delaware theme looping over and over, because that's going to do my head in.
Yeah. Also, I would just say maybe bump the audio a bit up, because I've had to put the audio on the slider to the max, and it's still a little bit Could be louder.
I'm fine. I can hear it. I'm just saying that it's annoying that he's playing the Delaware theme over and over, and all I have to hear for the whole is, please don't tell me for the whole half an hour it's just going to be please.
Please.
Grudge or anything. This is just meant to be a light-hearted jab.
You're going to give my left ear cancer, mate.
Now, the way this book is structured is pretty interesting. Basically, he introduces them season by season. He has a cast list. Here's an example for the Time Warrior. Brief synopsis, some notable things that happen in production. And also at the end of every story, he gives his opinion in about a sentence or two. And we're going to have a look at some of those.
Okay.
Let's dive in, shall we? Anyway, when you think of the most popular Doctor Who story ever made, what's the one that comes to mind?
Probably one of the ones in my channel name.
Obviously, I'm going to answer because I can't hear you, but anyway. The most popular Doctor Who story that a lot of people would say is Genesis of the Daleks, and also because the DVD of that had the sticker on it that was voted Doctor Who's #1 story ever. Yeah. And it's often ranking the top 5 polls. Let's see what Mark Campbell
sadly it's now officially Day of the Doctor, which is not as good as Genesis of the Daleks, not even close.
No.
He also gives each story a rating out of 10. So here's his thoughts.
Oh, here we go.
The first half is very strong. The second, less so.
Yes.
Lashings of atmosphere make up for the repetitious nature of the plot, although at times it's all rather talky.
It's rather talky.
Genesis of the Daleks is rather talky. What a take.
Man. Why is that an issue? He's sitting there watching when the Doctor's there like, do I have the right? And he's like, fucking stop talking.
Yeah, just kill them.
Fucking kill them.
Do you reckon this guy likes
this? Keep fucking speaking.
Is the Snyder Cut talky or is it full of action?
Well, it's all shit.
Yeah, but I was saying, is it talky?
There's a lot of talking things.
Okay, I mean, it is 4 hours. So
I mean, it is fucking 4 hours long.
You'd think there would be some talking.
The dialogue is shit and the action is shit, so...
Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Fucking Snyder Cut.
Killing performances, but there is a distinct lack of Dalek action. 8 out of 10.
Okay, yeah.
After all that, he says 8 out of 10. Jesus.
There's a distinct lack of
Dalek action. I was expecting
action.
Like a 6.
Yeah, mate, this reaction he's giving is the same as me. I'd be reacting like that as well. I'd be like, what? Distinct lack of Dalek action is... So, distinct lack of Dalek action is a really shitty take I see all the time for Genesis. It's like, you do realise that this is when they're born. This is when they're first created. So they're not going to be, you know...
like, they're not going to be killing everybody.
This isn't like, you know... Resurrection where they're slaughtering people left and right and center. It's not like Parting of the Ways where they have an entire army ambush a room of people.
Yeah,
they don't have that kind of power.
They do plenty of killing just when they're told to and smartly.
The story isn't about the Daleks killing people. It's about the Daleks being created to kill people. That's why it's called Genesis of the Daleks.
Oh my god!
So it's just like, it's too talky and not shooty. That's his criticism. Oh dear, this video is gonna be interesting. Jesus. Okay.
Yep, Genesis of the Daleks is an 8 out of 10. Now let's take the.
I mean, that's still high.
Yeah, but it's too low for Genesis, in my opinion.
Honestly, if it's 8 out of 10, that's great.
Yeah, I would say that's harsh, but I probably accept it. I do not accept the reasons why he would give it an 8, though. That's silly.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't agree with his criticisms at all.
Well, he's like the scenery is repetitive. It's like, what the fuck? You realize they're in the same.
Well, it's
planet.
in the same location.
It's in the same location.
On the same planet.
Is this just Long Man Bad? It's just like 6 episodes in the same
location. Long.
Just discuss it a bit. I mean, yeah, I get it is a rather talky episode. There isn't much action in it, but that's kind of the point. I mean, you know,
I mean,
you can't
yeah.
sit still for a bit and watch a conversation. It's not that bad.
Honestly, I find conversations way more interesting nowadays than like most things.
Yeah.
I would more than happy sit down for like an hour and have two characters talk. Like, there's a
There's
great scene in Daredevil season 2, episode 3, where they literally just talk about their views on like crime and criminals and like all that kind of stuff. It's fucking great, and they're just talking.
So one of my favorite Big Finish dramas, Master. It's a 4-parter, and there's an entire part where the 7th Doctor is talking to the Master disguised as John Smith. It's 25 minutes of them just talking to each other, and it's amazing. But this guy will probably be like, no, it's too talky.
Too talky.
Dialogue can be great. Dialogue can be what makes it or breaks your storytelling. And Genesis of the Daleks is full of amazing dialogue that does great for the characters, for the world building, for the stakes, for the villains, for Davros, for the Doctor, for the history of the show. It's amazing. But no, it's not shooty. It's not shooty enough.
No, more shooty, more explodes. Boom.
If Genesis of the Daleks replaced some of its dialogue with shooty scenes, it would be worse. Probably.
Well, if you're removing like all the really good stuff, then yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't think necessarily if it were more action that the action scenes would be bad. But I think if you're taking away a lot of the
also,
really good dialogue
scenes,
then
I just want to say, Genesis of the Daleks does have action in it. Like, there's a whole scene where
it does. It has people dying.
An entire base gets blown up.
Yeah.
And the stakes behind the scene are great because the Doctor thinks that Sarah and Harry were in there and got killed. And Tom Baker's acting is amazing, reacting to that, because he thinks that they were killed in the explosion.
There is a distinct Dalek action. Yeah, it's not like this is about their genesis and their creation.
It's in the title.
Is it? Okay. Now,
Odd one.
Odd
start.
10, some people might think that's a bit of a low grade for a story like Genesis of the Daleks, but
I don't.
It gets better. Now, let's take a look at.
I think an 8 is perfectly fine. Like, 8 is the fucking great score. So.
I immediately look there. Paradise Towers. Now, this is a story.
Okay, I haven't seen Paradise Towers since 2013, so I'm not going to be able to be accurate enough on this one.
I don't mind.
Well, I've never seen it, so.
Story of season 24. I just think it's kind of good, but let's see what Mark has to say about it.
Does he think it's a masterpiece?
The script is a cross between Alan Bennett and Eichborn, while Clive Merrison and Richard Briers are hilarious as the Hitler-esque caretakers with their fingers under nose salutes. Paradise Towers itself is brilliantly realised.
I know what's going to happen here. He's going to say it's better than Genesis, isn't he?
Yeah.
Holy strength lies in its expert balancing of humour and horror. Brackets, which goes slightly awry in part 4, close brackets. Now, the description I just gave there, what rating do you think he gave it?
Probably a
10 out of 10.
I don't know why I'm asking,
Or
I can't hear
10.
you. Anyway, he gave this a 9. A 9?
So, like,
Better than Genesis.
So I saw it in 2013. I remember it being a fun story, but I don't remember it being better than Genesis of the Daleks. It's like
Genesis is really good.
Genesis is one of the stories that defines the show, you know.
I mean, yeah.
It's in the name of my channel for a reason. Paradise Towers, no, it's not a show-defining story. Like, it's a fun story, but I wouldn't say it's on the level of Genesis of the Daleks. I think it's a bit silly.
No, it's better. He says it's better.
Out of 10. Yes, Paradise Towers, a story regarding...
It's like saying, I don't know. It's like saying The Unicorn and the Wasp is better than bloody, I don't know,
Midnight. I mean, no, it's not.
Regarded as one of the worst 2 stories ever, simply gets a 9 over a classic like Genesis of the Daleks, which is an 8. Wow. It doesn't stop there. Let's see what else And so, according to Mark, Paradise Towers is also better than
Okay.
Mars. Yes, I know. Anyway, his verdict on Pyramids of Mars. Splendid for the first 3 episodes, then it all goes pear-shaped. Sutekh looks and sounds great, although his inability to move is a major weakness. Still, the mummies are terrifying.
He doesn't need to move though.
Well,
that's the point.
Well, no, he doesn't need to move.
Yes.
Like, I have issues with him, but I wouldn't say because he doesn't move.
But he doesn't need to move. He commands power without having to.
Yeah, that's his whole thing. That he uses other people for his benefit.
That's the whole point of that scene where the Doctor goes into his room, I guess you could call it, his chamber or whatever, and he's able to control the Doctor without having to, actually physically touch him. That's the whole point. That's why Sutekh is. That's why he's portrayed with that sort of godly power, is that he can just sit in his chair and dictate. Imagine downgrading Pyramids of Mars because Sutekh doesn't get out of his chair.
He needs to get out of his chair.
And even then, he does get out of his chair towards the end. But,
Yeah, like, does he just mean visually it makes him seem weak because he can't physically do anything, which
well, it's not.
Well, he can't.
He's not disabled. He just doesn't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like Davros where he's actually disabled.
But even then, Davros can do stuff,
Yeah,
and he
Davros...
uses his mind to control people.
Yeah.
Using plans and shit.
Yeah. The music
what a weird
excellent,
criticism.
For a ravaged 1980s, Earth provides a memorable moment. You nearly lost me there if you didn't make up for that. His argument about the final episode of Pyramids of Mars Part 4 going a bit pear-shaped, I can understand because it's quite different from the first 3 episodes as the Doctor and Sarah Jane go through puzzles and mazes on Mars. But the weirdest criticism has to come from his critique of Sutekh. He looks and sounds great, but his inability to move is a major weakness. That's the point. He can't move. That's why the plot happens, because he has to get free and move again?
Because he's imprisoned.
Yeah, he uses the mummies and all the people that he uses so he can eventually get free.
Yeah, it's not a weakness, it's an obstacle for him.
Yeah, and he eventually gets free.
And the Doctor shows Sarah a timeline, what would happen if he got free. And the universe basically is just fucked.
Yeah.
Next, Davros is a great villain, but his inability not to have legs and be in a wheelchair is a major weakness.
Yeah, this guy's ableist.
Disabled people are inferior.
Oh, God, poor Tharies.
Huh? Now, there are some opinions in this book that really don't match the rating he gives it. Whether that was an
not surprised
error or not, I don't know. Because, for example, let's take a look at the talons of Wen Chiang. Groaning under the weight of so much cliched Victoriana, Talons emerges as a garish hybrid of...
What? Cliched Victoriana? It's
cliched.
It's like that because they travel back in time and go to Victorian times. It's not. How is it cliched if they go to the literal time that it happens?
Science fiction and literary pastiche. If watched in one go, the lack of subtlety can be draining. 7 out of 10. Yeah,
What?
The way he was saying that did not sound like a 7. That sounded something more like a 5 to me. Okay, but the weirdest one has to come on the end of time. Let's have a look, shall we?
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
He's going to say it's a masterpiece?
Verdict on the end of time. Curiously uninvolving tale which is overlong and lacking in any coherent thread.
Oh.
The Master's plan is ludicrous, the Time Lord's appearance is impressive.
Why is it ludicrous?
Due mainly to Dalton's towering...
It's not the Master's plan that's ludicrous, it's his resurrection.
Yeah.
Presence, but ultimately anticlimactic. Tennant's goodbyes go on forever.
It's long.
No,
It doesn't. It's long. Have you seen...
It's fucking long.
It's long like Lord of the Rings. It's long.
Yeah.
Italics, by the way, if you can see that. Forever. And the manner of his actual demise is unmemorable. Cribbins as
It's
usual.
not. I would like to hear an explanation for why he thinks it's unmemorable, because I feel like a lot of people remember that.
It's one of the things a lot of people remember from that story. It's like one of the most memorable parts.
Yeah, Gainful Prime made a good point.
That is strange.
That Gainful Prime made a good point. It's like saying Series 1 is cliched 2000s Iana. Yeah, because it takes place in that time. It's like, what do you expect?
Steals the show. So he noted 2 bits of positivity there. Timothy Dalton as Rassilon and Bennett Cribbins as Wilfred Mott.
Mm-hmm.
What rating do you think he gave it? Like a 4? A 3?
8.
Something like that? He gave it a 7. Now,
I would
you've
even
got
give it a
some stories
7.
out there that are kind of in middle ground. You think they're pretty good, but they don't really top any top 10 fan polls. Let's see how savage Mark can be towards Resurrection of the Daleks from 1984.
Okay, I just watched that story the other day.
An ultra-violent, soulless remake of Earthshock, beneath the technobabble, endless continuity references, silly hats, and abysmally acted death scenes, there's no sign of a plot. 2 out of 10. 2 out.
Well, okay, there is a plot, and yeah, there is a plot. What do you mean there isn't a plot? There is a plot.
Look on it, it's a remake of Sherlock.
In fact,
not
there's
Sherlock, Earthshock.
In fact, oh god. In fact, there's about 5 different plots in Resurrection, and they tie together a through line of violence that causes Tegan to depart the TARDIS. He says that it's ultra violent. It's like, yeah, that's the point. It's meant to be like that. It's meant to show the brutality that the Daleks bring, and the bleakness of the scenario, and that all of the fun has been sucked out of these travels, and Tegan has to bear witness to senseless killing. It's like, that's the point of the bloody story. It's the whole reason why the Doctor gets so fired up and is motivated to murder Davros. It's like, this is the point of the bloody story.
It's a 10. I mean, it's not that bad. Come on. I mean, this is what he gave Destiny of the Daleks.
Oh, wow, okay.
Despite its well-designed sets and crisp look.
I would say the sets are probably the worst thing about the story. Like, what?
Yeah,
What?
I'd say. I agree.
That's what of all things to praise, why would it be the bloody sets?
Yeah, Genesis is talking here and Resurrection is ultra violent. What the fuck do you want, sir?
Too much shooting.
There wasn't enough action scenes in Genesis, but it was ultra violent in Resurrection.
Yeah, there's too much action in Resurrection, apparently.
Location footage, this story is often compared unfavourably with its season 12 predecessor. Okay, I can agree with that. Tatty Daleks aside though, this is a polished adventure that skillfully balances humour with action. 7 out of 10.
So all he's done is he's just say it has action and humour in it. That's all he's said. It's like, what? There's so much more to Destiny. There's a whole concept of left brain versus right brain logic, and like Papers as Rock, the Mavellans versus the Daleks, the Davros returning. There's, you know, the implications of the characters being in it, the fact that the Romana's in it, the fact that the Doctor's in it. It's just saying action and humour. You're just stating the genre of the story. You're not really telling me anything about what happens in it. It's like such a base level review.
10. Yeah. I mean, why is Resurrection of the Daleks a 2? Does he just have some hate though?
Yeah, Resurrection is way better than Destiny. I think that's a weird opinion.
Boner against Eric Saywood? I know Saywood was known for cramming a lot of things into his story. I'm doing this motion, I don't know. But 2 out of 10, that's a bit harsh. I mean, 2 out of 10, in my opinion, that's like a Suicide Squad rating. There are a few stories.
No.
I believe he's talking about.
Suicide Squad is pretty fucking bad.
He's talking about 2016, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Suicide Squad is that bad, to be fair. It is a 2.
Yeah.
To laugh at because just of how savage.
Man of Steel was worse, though.
For example,
I think.
this is his 6. That's right, 6. The same that the 10th Doctor used to bring down Harriet Jones. This is his 6-word review of Time Flight.
Okay.
Inexplicable, boring, and very badly written. Savage. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, his shortest review can be seen for The Wheel in Space.
Like, he never actually talks about what happens in Time Flight. He just says those words.
Badly written, therefore I'm right. There we go, done.
I mean, it's like, yeah, Time Flight is badly written, but talk about it, please.
Yeah, you have a book. Do you have a limit on how much you can say, mate?
Like, if someone asks me, what do I think of Time Flight? Okay, yes, so they don't establish the side cast before throwing them into a plot, therefore there's a disconnect. The Master dresses up in a disguise for no reason because no one else is there, and the disguise he uses is racist. And also, why is a plane on a strip of land on a mountain that's not flat? How did it land there? And pile dumping exposition and bland characterization and nonsensical moments. Like, I'd go all in and talk about it, but no, he's just fucking just like inexplicable, boring.
In season 5. What does he think of it? 2 words. Utter tedium. 2 out of 10. Wow.
Which one was this? I can't remember which one this is about. I'll go back. And
Day 8 of the Delaware theme. We're finally running out of water in the bunker.
Savage. Wow. In fact, his shortest review can be seen for The Wheel in Space. In
okay,
season 5.
I haven't seen that story.
What does he think of it? 2 words. Utter tedium. 2 out of 10. Wow. Now, there are a few stories that I just majorly disagree on because, just what? For example, The 3 Doctors in season 10. This is what he thinks of it. An obvious idea done on the cheap. 4 out of 10.
What?
An obvious idea. It's obvious, therefore bad. Man.
Yes, it's an anniversary special, and they brought back previous Doctors, and then they tied
Man,
it into
it's
the
not
show's
like
lore.
man. They can interact with each other because they're time travelers. That's
I
so
don't know.
obvious they would do that at some point. But
I don't know. I don't know if the concept of Omega is obvious. I think it's pretty unique, to be honest. I think the concept of him being trapped in another dimension through a black hole and antimatter filtering through it is pretty unique. And then, I don't see how it's obvious.
Doctors, 4 out of 10, really? I mean, I don't think it's... it might not even come in my top 10 Third Doctor stories, but come on, it's great fun. You're just miserable. Sorry, no hard feelings, Mark. Let's go to where he thinks about the 5 Doctors, which is also a multi-Doctor special. Despite the all-star cast and workable plot, the 5 Doctors still manages to be dull. Too many ingredients.
That's subjective, mate.
Combined to produce a curiously uninvolving celebration. Oh, celebration, I must add, is in quotation marks. Celebration. Yeah. I mean, come on. 5 out of 10 for the 5 Doctors?
Well, one for each Doctor.
Just wow. I'm just...
So, like, he said it's got too many ingredients. It's like, well, why does that make it bad? Or not?
Does it not work? Is it all muddled? You need to explain this, mate.
I would say it's pretty well done. I think it's a lot better.
Yeah,
than it
from what I
deserves to be.
remember, it works.
It's really good. Like, it does have a lot of ingredients in it, but there's reasons for them being there, and it all fits together. It's probably quite... It's honestly better than it probably even deserves to be honest. It's great.
Just looking at this, this is all unscripted, by the way. I've not written a script for this. You can probably tell. Now I'm just looking at the story that came after the Five Doctors, Warriors of the Deep. Can you guess what he gave to that? Are we going to get a time flight scathing review that is just in 6 words and completely clear, or are we going to get another bizarre opinion? If you guessed option 2, you're correct. Okay. Here's his verdict on Warriors of the Deep. Visually striking, the story's downfall is the linear plot, the sluggish invaders and the tinny music. The Merker, despite much criticism, is no worse than any other large lumbering Doctor Who monster. 7 out of 10.
What was that for again?
Warriors of the Deep.
Fucking 7.
He says it's... Well, the thing is, the only reason it's visually striking is the sets are so overlit that they're almost blindingly white.
Do you think Joey wrote that part?
Oh, maybe. And saying that the Merker is no worse than any other Doctor Who villain is like, what?
That's not a justification.
It's on a production level.
It's an excuse.
On a production level, it's absolutely one of the worst designed monsters of all time.
Yeah, it's really bad.
They did it in
From a production perspective, it's just fucking garbage.
There are primary school plays with better production values. Like, you know, apparently it was the Merker was so rushed that the people inside it could like sniff the paint and they were like passing out. And it's all Margaret Thatcher's fault because she booked out the BBC studios and so they had to rush the production early.
Well done, Margaret.
I like how the guy like shit all over the story otherwise and then gave it a 7. What a weird review.
7 out of 10. Just wow. Oh my god. I mean, I argue there's more in the Warriors of the Deep that's that. I mean, you don't even mention the karate kick. I mean, you point out Troughton's Mexican accent is the enemy of the world having its own spin-off series. I'm assuming that's a bit of sarcasm there. Just, wow. I mean, 7 out of 10 for Warriors? But you give Resurrection of the Daleks a 2?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Either you're very forgiving or
that's
you're just
weird.
Savage and hard to please. I
that's
really
very
don't know
weird.
What was going through your head?
Like Warriors of the Deep and Resurrection both have a thing in common where they make the villains like ultra violent and sort of pitch black morality. But the difference is that it works with the Daleks because the Daleks are already like that, whereas with the Silurians it doesn't work because, you know, you need to actually garner sympathy for that end moment to work where the Doctor says there should have been another way. It's like, well, if you haven't seen the original story, why are you going to agree with them? It's like, all you've seen them do is want to commit genocide on the humans. But no, Warriors is a 7 because it's visually striking and Resurrection's a 2 because it's ultra violent.
Violet Bear!
Now, Planet of Fire and The Doctor's Daughter, put those stories side to side. What do you think they have in common?
I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, because we've both seen those stories.
We've both seen them, so I don't know what the connection would be.
I can't even. I've never even thought of those two stories in the same sentence. I don't know what they both have a very human Doctor in them. There you go.
Probably don't know because I need to tell you. Anyway.
Oh yeah, thanks.
The thing they have in common is that a female character is the highlight of the story for our good friend Mark here.
Okay.
This is his
of
Fire. Despite energetic direction and breathtaking location photography, the highlight of the story is probably still Nicola Bryant in a skimpy bikini. 6 out of 10.
Oh, okay. He's
I mean, yeah, she's very good looking in that story. Yeah.
He's rated.
But here's the thing: if I was going to talk about things I like, not things if I'm not talking about things I like, good or bad, if I'm just saying something I like. I like the acting of that old guy with the stash. I think his
Yeah.
acting's really good.
My favorite thing about the story is actually Turlo's side of it. I really, really liked what they
I like
about
Turlo.
Turlo, like how they find, because he's quite an enigmatic character. I'm kind of spoiling the video, I guess, but who cares? He's quite an enigmatic character that you didn't know much about. I like that in his final story they actually gave us a backstory for him, where he comes from, why he's the way he is, and like the twist that he has a brand on his arm that's similar to the logo we see on the bit of jewelry that Perry has. That's probably the thing about it that I would talk the most about, and like his tension with the Doctor. Whereas this guy's like, oh, Perry's hot, 6 out of 10. I've never heard that word.
Anyway, an Otios episode of Star Trek, the tatty Victorian theatre setting is bizarre. 5 out of 10. So yeah, if you're
That's weird, because like he praised the shit out of it and gave it a 5, but then with another story before he shitted all over it and gave it a 5. So weird.
If you're a woman and you're in a bikini or a tight t-shirt, you instantly get an upgrade from Mark Campbell here. We have had a few 2 out of 10 opinions in this book. Are there any Doctor Who stories that you think he gave an opinion lower than that? Because usually in this book, if you have a 2 out of 10, you're a pretty terrible Doctor Who story, like The Twin Dilemma, for example, which
I'd
he
agree.
describes as an old-fashioned TV comic-style plot isn't helped by terrible production values and a misjudged central performance. 2 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that story yet.
Do you know what there's only 2 Doctor Who stories. I mean, obviously I can't speak for any stories, I think, beyond Series 5, because I don't know. I've not read his updated version of Series 6. But, yeah, can you guess what 2 Doctor Who stories he gave a 1 out of 10 to?
Okay, so if we're going to go based on things I've seen from this period, this is difficult because he's already talked about Warriors of the Deep. So if I were to hazard a guess, like if it was me, and if I was to choose the worst stories from 1963 to 2010, I'd probably say The Invasion of Time. He's already talked about Time Flight as well, so I probably have to say, like, I don't know, The Invasion of Time, and I can't even think of what the other one would be. Maybe Edith's Lantern? I don't know. One of those. But it's probably going to be something stupid like The Caves of Vandrazani and bloody Silence of the Library or something. Because it's got too much ultra-violent talky.
Obviously, again, I can't hear you, but, yeah. The 2 stories he gave a 1 out of 10 to are Boomtown.
What? Here's the thing.
Here's what he says of
Boomtown, Jeb recently went through Boomtown, and there's a lot of issues with it, but it's not fucking 1.
It has really strong characterization in it.
Rose and Mickey are fucking great.
Mm-hmm. So he said Boomtown and New Earth, 1 out of 10.
I don't know what Jeb gave it, but I'd imagine it's around a 5 or 6, maybe a 5, but it's not 1, not even close.
No.
Being a 1 would have it be like it's a completely non-functional plot with characters making absolutely no sense.
1 out of 10 is like Timeless Children. That's
yeah.
the kind of level.
And like what happens? The Doctor ends up killing everybody because he was like bored.
Yeah. I'm actually really interested to hear his reasons for why he gave a 1.
Boomtown. There's probably a fascinating discourse on the nature of justice at the heart of this dull, unfunny exercise in padding, but you'd be hard-pressed to find it. 1 out of 10.
There's so much important character beats in this for Rose and Mickey and the Doctor and Margaret. Even Jack. Ugh. Oh, it's padding.
Yeah, well, that's not an issue with the story. And the comedy is good, so I don't know why.
You know what else is bloody padding?
Like, if you're going to point out issues, point out the fact that Margaret has no fucking security whatsoever.
he's like criticizing this for being padding, and yet somehow I don't know. Oh, that's so.
Because of the fact that London wouldn't allow what happens to happen. Like, don't say, "Oh, they don't care." It's like, what do you mean they don't care? Why? What? But you know, it's padding, and it's not funny. That's why it's bad. Boo.
Yeah, because it's a filler episode. That's why it's bad. Yeah, those can't exist.
Filler.
Like Blink, that can't exist because it's filler and padding.
No.
I mean, Boomtown's a classic or anything, but it's definitely gotten better, I think, with age, with the whole morality of does the Doctor have a right to decide who's guilty or not? When he defeats an enemy, what happens then? You know,
really good questions.
I mean, I can't say the same for New Earth, but
not a 1 out of 10.
I mean, this is what he says about it. A very lame opening episode. The dismal attempt at body swap, that's also in quotation marks. Comedy is neither funny, exciting, nor original. 1 out of 10.
There's a lot more to New Earth than just that. There's an entire society that
I like the detail of when the Doctor notices that Rose doesn't care because Rose would care. That's what's established about her character.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and also there's an entire, society that is living the high life because they're abusing many, many others who are living with disease so they can cure themselves infinitely. That's a brilliant plot idea. It's not executed that well, but it's there's enough there to be above a 1 on that alone. There's many other things I could talk about, like by using the body swap scenario, you get an opportunity to ask Rose and the Doctor what they think about the opposite person without the other person knowing. So it's like you get them. For example, like when Cassandra takes control of the Doctor, she exposes things about Rose that she wouldn't say in front of the Doctor about him. That's really interesting, and it's good about establishing where they are, especially considering that he's just regenerated and things have just changed. So it's especially for an opening episode that does good character work there. It's not a 1. That's way above a 1. Like that's a very harsh score, I think, for New Earth.
Agree there. I mean, New Earth is pretty lame, but 1 out of 10. That's pretty solid.
It's like a 4. It's not a 1.
If I hadn't revealed what they were, you'd probably guess it. It's Love and Monsters and Fear Her. 2 very despised Doctor Who stories in the new era.
But even then, they're not 1s.
This is a...
Yeah, they're Love and Monsters is far above some of the other stories in this period of time, and far above stories that came after it too. Like it's, yeah, no.
Of Love and Monsters, a slick and energetic piece of storytelling, although often inappropriately adult in tone. I mean, he's got that right. And with a very easy mix of humour and horror. 6 out of 10. How is there horror in Love and Monsters? How? I mean, if you...
to be fair...
Some people were scared of it.
to be fair, in terms of literal horror, a fucking girl gets fucking sucked into an arm. But they make it funny, sure, but that is pretty horrifying.
Would you count Jackie cornering Elton in her house as horror?
Yes.
There's my handyman. Splash out on a taxi.
Going by the Absorbaloff and the Hoiks, they're about as scary as Teletubbies. I mean, the Absorbaloff was made by a child. Hi, Will, if you're watching. This is his review of Fear Her. Although lifted wholesale from Sapphire and Steel, there are some effective moments and the story is satisfyingly structured. 5 out of 10. I've no idea what Sapphire and Steel is, so there are some effective moments. I mean, if you're on about the...
Okay, Resurrection of the Daleks is better than Fear Her. I'll say that much. I do think that's weird that he gave Fear Her a 5 and Resurrection a 2. I think that's very strange.
Actress playing Chloe Webber, that's pretty effective in making you laugh. The story's satisfyingly structured. What? I mean, have you ever watched a film and thought, that's satisfyingly structured? You ever finished watching...
Yeah, I suppose.
I do.
Yeah, I'd say so. I remember when I first.
I do.
I remember when I first watched Rogue One in theaters. I said to people beside me, I said that had a really interesting like structure. The way it started out it kind of climbed like a mountain, and then the climax hit.
I said that about Joker when I watched it. I was very satisfied with how the plot was like laid out and how it was paced.
Yeah, I think saying it's a satisfying structure usually only is said by people who criticize stuff, though. It's not really a common thing.
Yeah, and so I would say that like whenever something is like very satisfying in how it's structured, I would probably say that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I watched Guardians of the Galaxy the other day, and I was very satisfied with how the plot runs.
Yeah.
Watching an episode of Doctor Who and thought, you know what stands out to me about that episode? It's satisfyingly structured.
I said that.
I would say this.
I said that.
I'd say that was Mars.
I said that about The Girl in the Fireplace in the review. I said
I agree. Yeah.
I really liked how it had like a 4-act structure. It was really unique, and they did it well.
Yeah, I just don't want to say like. I think that was pretty neat. I want to go a bit more in depth with that.
I think structure is very important.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, this has to be one of the most bizarre, and I know I've said that a lot, one of the most bizarre opinions I've ever seen, for a Doctor Who story. This is the most weirdest hot takes I've ever seen. This is his review of The Two Doctors from 1985.
Okay.
A Doctor Who version of Last of the Summer Wine, as sponsored by the Vegetarian Society. For those of you who don't know what Last of the Summer Wine is, it's the longest sitcom in the world, I think, by years. I think it ran for 37 years. And it's basically just about 3 old men walking around the Yorkshire countryside. I've not seen every episode, but in the episodes I have seen, I don't think there's any potato-headed monsters teaming up with cannibals from outer space wanting to discover the secrets of time travel in Spain. What? What Last of the Summer Wine episode are you on?
So it's weird because like there's scenes in The Two Doctors where people walk around. That's the only similarity to The Last of the Summer Wine. It's just men walk around together. Because there's scenes where Shockeye and Patrick Troughton walk around together. That's such a weird comparison.
This is a review of The Water Menace, which
I'll do a menace.
I'll show you. A wonderfully bad story featuring a tongue-in-cheek script, tacky fish people, and in Professor Zaroff, hammed up madly by Joseph First, easily the most ridiculous Doctor Who villain ever, 7 out of 10.
That's
according to Mark.
That's honestly probably, if I was going like subjectively, it's probably what I would say about the episode. Actually, it's like wonderfully bad.
Campbell, the
yeah, it's so bad that it's enjoyable.
Rating down from Genesis of the Daleks.
Oh yeah, okay, now that's our hot take. Say the underwater.
The
underwater menace.
It's just a slightly worse.
It's
just slightly worse than Genesis.
Yeah. No, that's a problem.
Yeah. I do think that Mark Campbell does like to stick up for the Doctor Who stories that aren't very highly regarded sometimes. Take, for example, his review of Time Lash.
I haven't seen it.
An unfairly maligned homage to H.G. Wells and bad B movies. Time Lash is good old-fashioned entertainment in a season brimming with macopotentiousness. I don't even know what that means.
Can you use like real words, please?
To be had. 7 out of 10.
It's fun.
That's just below Pyramids of Mars in terms of numerical rating. Wow.
Well, my friend Antonio thinks Time Lash is better than Pyramids, but I'm sure he's very mistaken. But we'll see. I haven't seen Time Lash yet, but I will sometime soon.
Oh my goodness. This is also what he gives to Remembrance of the Daleks. You think he's going to praise this?
I've seen that recently.
Well, he does praise it, but let me back up. With well-constructed cliffhangers, revelations are plenty, and an epic feel to it, this story is undeniably exciting. but it sags under the weight of Dalek continuity, and McCoy is largely incoherent. 8 out of 10.
What? No, he's not. What are you on about?
McCoy's the best thing about the story.
He's very consistent. He's incoherent. Fuck me. I disagree with two things. I think one of the cliffhangers is actually really bad. And then that criticism is fucking balked. No, that's not what happens. He's very, very consistent and coherent.
And he says it's like bogged down in Dalek continuity.
I don't remember. The only thing
What? Because
future stories maybe, but I don't know.
Well, because it's a sequel to
past stories.
Because it's a sequel to Revelation of the Daleks. Does that mean it's bogged down with continuity? Because it's a continuation of when you last saw Davros.
Oh my god, Daleks coming back, meaning it has to respect the continuity? What? Imagine being consistent. Wait, he has a problem with the bogged down by the continuity, yet says Sylvester McCoy is incoherent. Okay, mate.
Oh, God.
Continuity? I mean, it is from season 25. A bit of context would help you, Mark, because, celebrating references. You do want that bit. Oh well. Now, again, we have got another rather odd opinion.
He's apparently really bad in season 24, though. So
I have to rewatch it. It's been years since I've watched any of season 24.
Gives it. This is for Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways, the series 1 finale.
Oh god, here we go.
An odd amalgam of two stylistically opposing episodes. The whole is probably slightly less impressive than the sum of its parts. The Daleks and their retro 1960s spaceships look magnificent, but there is little plot development in the final episode.
Fuck you.
What? No.
Okay, I have big beef with this. This is the worst take so far.
Yeah, this is the worst one.
Oh, no plot development.
What the fuck are you on about? Did you not watch the scene where the Doctor says he was a coward any day? What do you think that means?
What about the fact that the Daleks are now worshipping a god?
Since when do the Daleks have a concept of blasphemy?
What about when Rose gets sent back home to her mother and her ex-boyfriend and has to try and return? What about when the Daleks go down to the bottom floor and massacre all the humans? What about Captain Jack's defense of all the whole station and him being killed? What about the heart of the TARDIS? What about the Dooms? What's it called? The bloody the Delta Wave. What about Linda's sacrifice?
A Delta Wave.
What about the game shows? How that ties into the long game? What about all of that?
Yeah.
What about the Bad Wolf repeated meme? There is so much.
That's
plot.
fucking great.
There's so much plot.
There's so much resolutions to the plot.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sure everything is accounted for.
What about the extrapolator and the TARDIS's defense walls? What about when they reveal things about the Time War? There's so much to that story. What about when he fucking regenerates at the end?
Yes. How about when Mickey helps Rose and Jackie helps Rose?
Mm-hmm.
No, shut up. No
what about
plot
that
happened.
scene where Rose confesses all the things she's learned throughout the series to her mother, in that store? What about that scene where she talks about how she went back to see her father?
Ugh.
And the way in which they are dispatched by Rose's vortex powers is akin to waving a magic wand.
No!
It's not. It's not. It's not. It's
They
set
set up in Booptown.
It's set up and paid off. It makes sense. Oh my god, I hate this criticism so much when people do this. They're just like, oh, it looks like magic. That means it's bad.
Magic Ex Machina.
He just did. What is that thing from Dragon Ball Z called?
I don't know.
I can't remember what it's called now. It's like Pure Instinct or something. I can't remember.
I don't watch Dragon Ball because I'm not a nerd.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I only watched the abridged
9 out
version,
of
which is probably
10.
superior.
Is quite
Wait a
interesting
second.
here.
Wait a second.
Look magnificent, but there is little plot development in the final episode, and the way in which they are dispatched by Rosa's vortex powers is akin to waving a magic wand. 9 out of 10.
That what? I was expecting like a 6.
He completely shit all over it, and then said 9 out of 10.
It was perfect, near perfect.
Utterly bizarre.
What? Now, that's strange.
Did he write the number upside down?
Is quite
Ultra
interesting
Instinct.
Here is
That's what it's called.
this is his review of Utopia: The Sound of Drums and
Oh,
Last of the Time.
here we go. Here we go, lads. Here we go.
What did he say he was doing?
Utopia, Sound of Drums, and Last of the Time Lords.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. The most overhated Doctor Who story ever, probably.
What if he says is like it's like he like describes it as like kind of perfect, but gives it like a 7, 6. Because that's something that's anything he
What's
hasn't
the series
done.
finale? Oh dear. I'm sure he doesn't sound like that. That's just me doing it for comedic effect. As a standalone story, Utopia just about works, and he's made a million.
Just
Just
about.
about.
Just about. Just about.
It just about works.
just wanna- just
it
want to-
just pass. It
just-
just gets the passing
I
grade.
want him to walk onto set, go up to Derek Jacobi and be like, "That just about worked."
Yeah. You passed.
And then Derek Jacobi turns around and says, "You meddlesome fool."
Slaps you.
You come in here with your just and your about.
He's brilliant, man. But the 2-part finale is an unfocused, seen it all before.
Unfocused.
Seen it all before.
We literally haven't. We literally haven't seen it before.
I guess the only there are things in there that are references, but like no, you haven't seen it before.
Like, have we seen a paradox machine before?
No.
Unfocused. Wait,
Yeah,
you said that we've seen all this stuff before, but you say it's unfocused.
What do you mean it's one of the most focused Doctor Who stories ever.
Literally has so much going on.
It's laser focused.
The Master's Prime Minister of Great Britain.
He gets into power
Doesn't focus on
by
anything, though.
manipulating and hypnotizing an entire country with drums. That's really not unfocused. And we've never seen that before. Man, if we had seen that, oh god, I bet the Master in Classical would have loved to have that much power. I can imagine Roger Delgado being like, "Yes, so Doctor, I took over all your feeble humans with this drum beat."
Ba 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 ba.
Do 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 do.
Is embarrassed. Tennant is replaced by an awful CGI muppet, and the reliance
Yeah, so
on
CGI isn't good, alright.
It's just lazy. The Master's
Lazy?
return. Yes, that is in quotation marks. Oh, this is in brackets because you've got to emphasise this. The worst kept secret in TV history is no substitute for a decent.
I mean, people were surprised, and even
I
if
wonder
they
what
were-
his reaction was for Series 10.
and even then, like, you know, it doesn't matter. Even if you're rewatching it and you know what happens, the twist is still amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Like we mentioned earlier in this stream.
Like, here's the thing.
What happens when you rewatch a story?
It doesn't actually matter if you know or not. It's great to watch because I love seeing Martha and the Doctor
Yeah, exactly.
figure out what's happening.
Your reaction to something new is like it's kind of something different to like what the actual quality of the story is.
I love Utopia because I get to see Martha and the Doctor and Chantho realize what this man is.
Yeah. Good shit.
Story. 2 out of 10.
2. Oh, fuck me then.
Wow. That's pretty...
That's a fucking garbage take.
It's also just wrong. It's also just wrong. Like, he's wrong.
It's like impressive how
I would accept like a 7 or 8, not fucking 2.
Yeah, that's ugh. It's a pretty near spotless story. Jesus Christ.
Savage. No, we've quite clashed in this book, so how about we read some opinions where we can at least agree on this?
Okay.
This is The Deadly Assassin. The Doctor's first solo story. The Deadly Assassin is a stunning piece of television.
Mm-hmm.
The virtual reality scenes are compellingly nasty, and Gallifrey's rotten core has never been more cynically portrayed. 10 out of 10. Yes.
Yes, you probably could have gone more into that though, but yeah, sure.
I do agree there. That is a classic. And
He didn't mention anything about the Master though. He should have mentioned about like the Master and Chancellor Goth, and you know, they're very important parts of that story. There's a lot you could go into actually.
This is his review of The Seeds of Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Remorselessly violent, this is one of the series' most accomplished dramas.
Oh, okay, so he's right, but he's also a hypocrite because he said the same thing about Resurrection and gave it a 2.
Is wonderful, while his sidekick Scorby undergoes genuine character development. Keeler's Krynoid transformation is almost unwatchable, and the final gigantic monster is remarkably effective. 10 out of 10. Yep, I agree there. Okay, something we agree on, but I know you're not here for that. Now, we did have 2 stories where we do agree, but let's have one that... Let's have 2. These are both going to be from the Troughton era.
Mm-hmm.
They're most likely to piss me and a lot of people off. This is his review of The Invasion.
Okay.
The exciting, brackets, that is, expensive, close brackets, set pieces take place off screen, and it's at least 4 episodes too long. Kevin Stoney is wonderful, though. 5 out of 10.
Okay, so it's expensive and it's off screen. That's all he said. What does that mean?
Money. Off screen.
I don't get that, because The Invasion is actually one of the best produced stories in Classic Who. It looks like a James Bond film. There's an entire sequence where they get rescued from the top of a building in a helicopter, and it's fucking great. The Cyberman action scenes are really well done. It's kind of a banger of a story, and all he had to say about it is it was expensive.
The Invasion, the most expensive Doctor Who story made at the time, is a 5, yet The Underwater Menace, one of the cheapest ever, is a 7.
Yeah, that's a shit take if you think The Underwater Menace is better than The Invasion. That's a silly opinion. That's ridiculous.
Wow. I mean, he doesn't even mention in his observations, he doesn't even mention that this was the most expensive Doctor Who story made at the time, but... Wow. Now, this is his review of Evil of the Daleks. Despite its enormous reputation, he is aware then, this is a deeply implausible story that hinges on several improbable concepts. It only gets going, too late in the day, when the action shifts to Skaro in the last 2 episodes. Now, I don't think Evil of the Daleks is the classic people make it out to be, I do agree there, but to say nothing happens until the last 2 episodes...
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's funny because he says implausible concepts and then says nothing happens. It's like, well, you've just contradicted yourself. It's like there's...
Do you want to explain them, please?
And also, the people I've seen people criticize this story and Daleks in Manhattan for the same reasons, and it's a really stupid argument where they're just like, "Oh, but the Daleks are doing things that are not like the Daleks," and it's like, but
that's what they establish. That's what they do.
Yeah, it's like
to think how the enemy thinks.
Yeah,
even invented names.
Oh my god. So the criticisms that both of those stories get for those reasons are just so bizarre. And then also Daleks of Manhattan gets shit because people like Lord Slar think it copies Evil, even though it doesn't, because the Cult of Skaro is a completely different context to Evil. Like they've just had a time war and they're about to, go extinct. And it's like, even then, logically, wouldn't, the Daleks want to try something that's, part of their programming?
They want to win still.
Do something that may work, that's been tested. It's like, oh my god.
2 episodes? That's weird. Wow. Okay, this is his review of The Crusades in a verdict that completely baffles me. Intelligent costume drama, if a little mannered.
What?
What does that even mean?
Mannered?
7 out of 10.
What does mannered mean?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
Like well-mannered?
What? The story has good manners. So it's not... I'm not sure about that.
Maybe we're not big-brained.
Yeah, I'm sure when Ella Keir said to Barbara, "The only pleasure left for you is death, and death is very far away," that was well-mannered. Or when Richard the Lionheart wanted to sell his sister to the opposition in marriage, that was well-mannered. Or when, William Hartnell robbed from a clothing silk shop, that was well-mannered. The Crusade is very polite. It's really not. It's about when the English went to Arabic countries and killed a lot of people. I wouldn't call that polite.
Good costume drama, that's a pretty decent review of that, but if a little mannered, what does that mean? Please answer in the comments, please. The Dalek invasion of Earth.
Yeah, see, Augier's put made a good point. Well-mannered, Barbara literally gets put into a sex dungeon.
Do you think he's gonna love this? Well, it's highly regarded by some fans, so of course not, he's gonna trash it like he thinks everyone should. Clumsy direction and dire model work are symptomatic of this wildly over-ambitious tale that seems predicted to fail.
I mean, it does have a bit of clumsy direction, but I don't think that, I don't think it's that detrimental. It's just a bit sloppy. It's just a bit of cheap Richard Martin set direction that's not as engaging as others. Like, it's just a bit, it's not as dynamic, but that doesn't really destroy the storytelling of the Dalek invasion of Earth. I think that's a weird criticism.
Didn't really fit. You seen the ratings for this? Oh wait, you have seen the ratings because you put them in your information bit.
Yeah, I know.
It's clearly hit with audiences.
One of the show's peaks.
11.9 million, that's the average. Anyway, the moody build-up in the first episode and Susan's farewell scene in the last are nicely done, but in every other way, the 1966 big screen version is superior. 4 out of 10.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the Cushing films.
What?
Wait, you gave it a 4? But you gave
it a 4?
What the fuck? You gave it a 4 because of the direction.
Direction bad.
But it's not like in fact, there's even some scenes that have good direction. Like Hartnell's farewell scene to Susan is really well directed. The way they cut between her outside the TARDIS and him inside. It's like one of the most iconic scenes in the show. The direction's not as bad as that person makes it out to be. It certainly doesn't devalue the story to make it a 4. That's silly.
No.
I mean, my god. This is his review of The Time Monster. An unfunny Doctor Who spoof. Pretty much everything fails.
No.
I love that verdict.
It's great. I love the time. People don't like it because they make like cock jokes in it. And there's a machine called Tom Tit. That's
inappropriate.
And it's so funny because you have like these stuffy like gentlemen being like, "Oh, good gracious, Tom Tit." and then the Doctor has like this machine that looks like a dick and balls. It's so funny. And then he's just like, "Oh, you may have broken your coccyx, Joe." But I think to say that in that entire 6-part story that's about pendulum theory and Greek mythology and has the master in it, to say it's only inappropriate humor is not a criticism. That's really reaching.
Everything about it fails. Nothing works at all. You just can't. Everything fails. Fact. End of story. Fuckety bye.
It would have been nice if he actually told us what didn't work about it rather than just, just saying.
Everything fails. I mean, yeah, actually, if you've ever chatted to me and I've said the Time Monster is the perfect Doctor Who spoof, this is probably where I got it from. So I've got him to thank for that. Now, Invasion of the Dinosaurs and Planet of the Spiders, for me, they're both 8 out of 10 stories, but what rating does he give them? Let's find out. This is Invasion of the Dinosaurs. An intelligent and atmospheric conspiracy tale with a concept-heavy plot that's sufficiently well written to make up for some of the poorer effects work. The fake colony ship is a wonderfully cynical idea. And the scenes of deserted London are fabulously eerie. 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Oh, wow, it's
10.
perfect.
I'll give it an 8, mainly because the effects kind of pop it down.
That's fair.
Much. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't do that when, in the previous story...
I can see why people would criticize the effects, but I don't really give a shit. Personally, like the dinosaurs looking amateurish doesn't detract from the story for me, but I can see why someone would criticize it. Yeah.
Time Warrior, you said, despite the hammy acting, there are some great moments. 8 out of 10. Now this is his review of Planet of the Spiders, with its avant-garde editing. Really? We've seen the cliffhanger to part 4. Anyway. Ridiculously.
Yeah, Planet of the Spiders has some pretty ropey green screen, actually, I remember. Especially on that alien planet.
The chase and gems of witty dialogue, especially from Tommy. This story is a fitting pecan? Here's what the word is. I don't know what that means. To the Pertwee era. Funny, sad, scary, and thought-provoking. Even Jenny Laird's terrible acting can't spoil this heady brew. What is this, some kind of stew now? 10 out of 10.
So he says that it has terrible acting in it, but gives it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that doesn't really match.
I also disagree with him. I don't think it has terrible acting in it at all, and I wouldn't give it a 10. That's it's so bizarre.
10 out of 10 to Planet of the Spiders? I do like it, but I won't go that far. I mean, yeah, as much as I like the chase scene, it is pure padding. I mean, you get on the...
Yeah, I find that weird how he gives Planet of the Spiders a 10, but gives Genesis of the Daleks an 8. It's like, that's an interesting take. I don't know why, but that's weird.
The Armageddon Factors case, when it comes to padding.
Okay, to be fair, mate, I do like the Armageddon Factor, so I might disagree on that one.
That's you give that a 3 out of 10.
Oh, big beef. Big beef.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to stop now because a lot of these opinions are just really, really bizarre. That is the opinions of Mark Campbell in Doctor Who The Episode Guide. I know quite a lot of people aren't aware of this, but I thought, why not make a video on it and just me reacting to it because I just thought it'd be quite funny. Anyway, that's all from me. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
I do hope to dear God that book is not officially licensed.
Yeah.
Because if it is, you've picked a
bizarre.
You've picked a very strange person to give official reviews. Actually, it won't be officially licensed because the BBC wouldn't let you shit on their show like that.
Odd opinions.
Yeah, no, not to be, on a high horse or anything, but I think I could write better opinions than that guy. I mean, even in the limited characters that I have on tweets, my reviews I've done in my marathon, I go more in depth than that guy's book where he had like unlimited space. God, Genesis of the Daleks is too talky and not shooty. It's talky. It's too much
Ultra
talk.
violent.
That's... Well, we did it.
We did it.
Oh no, someone's tweeting about the length of the Black Widow rage. They said...
Too long.
Yeah, they said no critique needs to be that long. And then they said...
What? Who says who? Says who?
Says Ben Williams, apparently. And then...
Wow.
The second point they made was catastrophe, really? Can't things just be okay or mediocre, above average anyone? We heard that phrase.
Well, not if it's bad.
Well,
not if it's bad.
Not if it's bad. It's not okay, though. It's not mediocre. It's really bad.
It's not. It's really shit. My father went poopy all over my hands.
What are we allowed to... Are the worst films ever made okay? Is that what we're meant to say?
No.
You're not allowed to have negative words, are we? Yeah, I think I might mute that guy or block him because there's just no point. There's no point. There's no point.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah.
There's a theme of this EDAR where a lot of people just didn't explain their points.
Yeah, that first video was weird. It's just like
hella garbage.
Gave a track listing for Hellbent and then said it's good and then moved on.
I don't know, just a couple of videos.
Unlucky number 13, eh?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. I'm so sick of just lazy video essays. I don't think that's ever going to change, though, because that's what EFAP's been doing for 3 years now.
Yeah.
In fact, they're currently doing their 150th EFAP right now, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah. They've only just gotten to the third stream.
I watched the
and in between the breaks of the streams, they've released 2 Batwoman reactions.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty cool.
I watched the animation at the start of part 1. That was really cool.
Fucking great.
Yeah.
The fucking little bit with Metals on the mountain, and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
I like the bit where MauLer is like hanging upside down with his like whole skeleton exposed.
Like Empire.
Yeah, like Empire, and then Rags is just talking like normal, but then when MauLer uses the Force, Rags like starts grizzling and going grrr.
It's really, really, really neat animations. And the community makes a lot of good shit. The people who do the memes make a lot of good shit.
Alright, let's have a little...
Yeah. Anyway, I think we might need to wrap up because the football's about to start and my team's playing. So we might have to wrap up.
Of course, it's the bloody football.
Yep.
Yeah. Next.
Well, but it's fun. We actually managed to get it literally perfect.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, probably like on the next EDAR, we'll probably do the one with Jeb, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll try to get Jeb on, and he can come and ruin more stories.
Yeah, I know. It's sad, isn't it?
Hey, Series 5 and Guardians is good. That's that. They survived.
And Taz eating ice cream. That's good too.
Yeah, yes. Good stuff. Yeah, well, thank everyone who tuned in. I know there was a whole other stream going on while this one was going on, but yeah, it was good fun.
I like Isaac's comment. Talkie Ultraviolet should be the name of a band.
Talkie.
Yeah, I should just delete my Resurrection of the Daleks review I just did the other day and say it was ultra violent.
No, just upload another version. Like, here, if you want the short and concise version, it was very talky.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Dear.
What a couple of odd opinions.
It's just so weird because like literally in the episode, Tegan asks the Doctor why he wants to commit murder. It's like they actually acknowledge the violence itself. You know, the characters actually talk about it. It's like there's a purpose for why the violence is there. It's just, oh my god, why? Yeah. But then he praised another episode for its... He praised Seeds of Doom for its violence. So it's like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh dear. Anyway, I better release you to the bloody football, eh?
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Also,
it's been good fun.
Also, CM Punk's back as well.
Yay!
Yeah. 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 It's good.